Hello and welcome back, everybody. Today is going to be a fun one because we will be building a full stack Apple Reminders clone with React Native, Expo, ExpressJS, and PostgreSQL. So if you're a beginner looking to take your first steps into full stack development, I think you're in the right place because we'll start from scratch, break things down step by step, and by the end, you'll have a working app and the confidence to build even more. So grab a coffee, get comfy, and let's dive in. So as I mentioned, we will be working on a full stack Apple Reminders clone. We'll be working mainly with React Native, Expo, PostgreSQL, and ExpressJS. And I'll cover more technologies that we'll touch a little bit later, but this is going to be our basic fundamental technologies. So let's dive a bit further and check out how our application will look like. So first of all, it's not going to be as fancy on the front end because I will try to focus a little bit more on the back end. And therefore, I want the beginners to have their first steps and to feel comfortable to get a good grip of how to structure their backend, how to structure their front end, how to tie everything together, basically to help them either start their career or at least have good fundamentals to find a job. The things that are very needed to know, but as a junior developer. So let's continue. We'll be working also on create new reminders screen. So here we'll be able to create those reminders. We'll be able to provide a title and some notes, basically. Then we'll be working also on updating or deleting these reminders. So yeah, if you created like a wrong reminder or you just don't want to have it anymore, you'll be able to delete them, modify them, and so on. So the technologies that we will use mainly will be for the backend, Node.js as our JavaScript runtime environment. Also, accompanying that, we'll use ExpressJS as our framework, which is a very popular combination. Then for our database, we'll be using PostgreSQL, and it's a relational database. It's a very popular one, and I think most of the corporations use that, so it's going to be very good to know how to use it, how to write SQL queries, and I'll touch a little bit more upon it later. And also we'll use Zod for schema validation. If you use any other technology for this, you can totally do that. I just feel that this is something I'm mostly comfortable with, and that's why I will use this. And it's a very popular one as well, so it's not bad to know it. Then for our front end, we'll be using React Native and Expo, and I think that's not a surprise to anybody because on this channel, this is mainly what we use. So yeah, that's nothing new here. Then we will be using Expo Router for our screen navigation. We'll see how to use it and how to implement. Then we'll be using TypeScript to ensure type safety. I'll basically cover all the basics of it. So you could understand how to write types, why is it good and why we need that. It's gonna be very good to know. And lastly, we'll use TanStack query for data fetching and caching our data. So yeah, this is our TanStack. So let's quickly recap and basically understand what are you going to learn in this live stream. Mainly, we'll be working and creating a REST API with ExpressJS. So this is a very general topic, but I'll dive a little bit deeper what we will learn now. So yes, we'll cover database management using PostgreSQL for the data persistence, how to store it, how to retrieve data, and much more. Then we'll be working on schema validation to know that basically the inputs that we are receiving from the user, are they correct, and automate this a little bit better. Then we'll be learning how to handle the errors and the best practices to handle these errors correctly, because there's a lot of different ways and you can structure it differently. So this is also quite important to know. Then again, we'll cover on the project structuring and how to structure it and organize for, let's say, easily maintainable application. So this is also going to be very good to know for beginners, because a lot of big corporations will be using this kind of structure. It's a very popular structure, and knowing this will help you, let's say, understand everything a lot faster. Of course, we need to learn how to do the main CRUD operations, so creating new records, reading them, updating them, and deleting them from the database. And also we'll learn database migrations. So how to manage them, how to create them, how to run them, write them, and stuff like that. So for the front end, now let's see what we will cover here as well. So as always, props and state, that's very important to know. That's basically bones of React Native and managing the data. So we'll cover that. We'll be covering the flat list and how to create dynamic lists. Then we'll check how to work with navigation, how to navigate between screens, and yes, like that. Then, as mentioned, TypeScript, React hooks, which is very essential to know, especially the use state and use effect, and we'll see how they work. They're, let's say, one of the more popular ones. Then we'll learn how to make the API request to our backend that we will create from the front end, our application. And that's it. So now let's cover a little bit why I think the project-based learning is the best way to learn. And well, first of all, you build the real world apps. You build them, you don't study too much theory, but you understand the theory along the way. You see how everything ties together, and it's very important. This is actually how I learned and how I was taking my first steps, and I would recommend that to everybody. Then again, you are getting, as mentioned, hands-on experience instead of just theory. So it's very interesting to see how everything ties together, and yeah, witnessing that by writing your own code. And then again, at the end, you will walk away with a functional app that you can show to whoever you want and say, yeah, this is what I've built. So let me quickly also talk about myself and who am I. So I am a software developer. I have quite a few years experience in this field, and I am already only, like, let's say 6+ years startup CTO and co-owner. Then I was also former university instructor in software engineering, and we did that together with Vadim. So shout out to him as well. And I believe, I always like to say, I'm a developer first and educator second, because I learned everything by heart. I tried, I failed, and now I think it's time. I developed a lot of things, and now I think it's time to share my knowledge. And maybe sometimes you see there's issues where you forget your microphone, but that's why I'm only learning to educate and share my knowledge the best way I can. So that's a little bit about me. I think we can get started and start getting our hands dirty, as they say. So I'll meet you in a second. But we're still here. So, but before we go and do anything else, I just really want to tell you about this course that Vadim was working tirelessly on for a very, very long time. And we're finally done with it. We're editing the last few lessons and we'll be publishing it, but you can already check it out. You can already enroll to it. It has everything that you need to know about React Native. Completely everything in very, very much detail with the huge guides and videos. So if you are looking for a well-structured course in React Native, I highly suggest you to check it out, and you will definitely not regret it. Vadim is actually currently even working to adding after each lesson, each workshop that you learn, educational exercises, so it's going to have even more value. So guys, check that out. And I'll be using a step-by-step guide in this tutorial that you can download by going to this link. or going to the description of this live stream and finding and clicking on a link very similar, actually the same link. It's going to be near the title saying get your asset bundle and step-by-step guide. And after clicking on this link, you'll need to provide your name and an email, and we'll send this guide that I will show you in a second to your email address. So then you can reuse it anytime you want. Any changes I will do in the future, you can get on that guide and check it out. Usually after the streams, I try to improve the documentation. If I see that people are having issues with certain topics, I try to add more and yeah, make it even better. So check it out if you need it, but if you don't need it, it's okay not to download it, but yeah. So let me show you this guide that I was talking about, and we can close this off. So yeah, this is the guide. In here I have like a short introduction of what we will try to learn, of the tech stack that we will use, and a little bit more of the information. But the main meat, let's say, quote unquote, is in this, let me reload it, is in this part. Here you can see basically the lessons that will be covering everything. And if you click on one of these lessons, you can find even more information about it. And yeah, probably I will not cover in this live stream some of the very small things that I write here as, let's say, little call outs. I'm not sure how to tell what they are, but here also you'll have, let's say, some comparisons, more information, how to do it, step-by-step guides. So I'll be using this myself along this tutorial, but if you, let's say, do it later on, make sure to go to the description, download it, and you can follow it along as well together with me. But our first step is going to be setting up, well, actually, before getting into the meat, let's see the comment section, because that can be wild. Yes, I see a lot of different comments, and yeah, that's a lot of comments about the volume, but that's already fixed, I think. And let me know if it's not too low, the volume, if it's, let's say, good enough. Okay. Lucas is here, amazing tutorial. The walking engineer, thank you very much. Nice to see you here as well. Go Lucas. Mario, yeah, thank you. Catalin, thank you. Can we build large-scale applications using Expo? 150%. I've done it, and I've used it. Actually, I'm using it in my startup. There's a lot of huge applications that use Expo, and actually, this is the best way to build React Native applications in general, and in my opinion, to build applications. So yeah, it's a very good tool, framework to use. Is TanStack query only for front end? Yes, now will be, yes. The idea of the application is so good. Good luck, Lucas. Thank you very much. Coders, Lo-Fi Station. What about style guides and test cases, sir? So we won't be covering test cases here today, but again, keep on suggesting things that you want to see in the future. We can definitely expand upon this tutorial a lot more, because now, as I mentioned, I'll be covering like your first step if you want to, let's say, build your own backend, build your own front end. So it's going to be very low level, only the most important technologies. I didn't use over the top, let's say, technologies, so that basically I'm trying to help you get a job, let's say, or build your own application. And then later on, we can expand on even more things with time. So keep on suggesting that. Can you provide the link? I imagine, I'm not sure if it's a link to the React Native Mastery or to, I would assume, so maybe if someone is watching from the team, could you paste a link of React Native Mastery? But I believe you can also find it in the description below. So yeah, check it out. Can I follow this tutorial with an Android phone? Yes, you can totally do that. It will work just as we will do on iOS. It will look a little bit different, but the differences will be like minimal. So you can definitely do that. Hello from Turkey. Hello from Lithuania. Hello. Can we get a link to this Notion site? Okay, so maybe about this Notion. You can get a link. I think I can try to copy it as well. So give me a second. But you can also get this link in the description of this video. But let me actually. Okay. Let me go here and I will try to download it. I mean, try to copy it and then send it to you guys. Okay, it's here. So tell me, guys, how are you doing? How is your week? Are you ready for the weekend, or what are you going to do during the weekend? Do you have any plans, or is it okay? And of course, the ads. No. No link in the description. Okay, that's interesting. But here it is. So yeah, here in this link, if you open it, you will be redirected to our site. There you need to provide your name and an email, and we will send you in the email the link basically to this Notion site. So feel free to check it out. Okay, think we are ready. So let's start working on it. So yeah, if you open this guide, go to the first lesson. Not coding question, is the cold cucumber soup from Poland and Lithuania? I don't know about cucumber soup. We have the cold, it's not a cucumber. How is it in English? Like borscht, but I'm not sure how that plant is called in English. But it's like a violet kind of ish. But the cucumber soup, probably it's from Poland. I'm not sure, but yeah, let's continue with that. Yes, so if we go to our guide, click on the first lesson, set up a fresh Node.js project, and let's see what we need to do here. Well, first things first, yes, beetroot. That's our soup. That link didn't work. How is it not working? It is working for me. You provide the name and an email and download it. Yeah, I'll try to double check it with my team, but it should be working. Okay, yeah, I'll let you know in a second of what's happening there. Oh, it worked. Perfect then. So yeah, let's now get into the meat. So before we begin, it's very important to ensure that basically we have Node.js installed on our machine. So as I mentioned already in the presentation, Node.js is a JavaScript runtime that allows us to execute basically JavaScript outside of the browser. So to check if you have it installed already, open your terminal and simply write node/v. -v probably, and you should see your basically version of the node. If you see some sort of an error or anything else except for this version, it means you need to install it. And in order to install it, just go to their official website that I provided here and download the LTS version. Basically, if you install it, you can, it's very easy to do that, and then we can continue together. Yeah, so now, because we see that we have already our node installed, we can create, basically we can paste this commands in the terminal, and by doing so, we will create a new directory called Apple Reminders API. So first of all, let me navigate to the page where I want to create it. It's going to be, yeah, project, documents, projects, and in here I will paste the command. So first of all, let's do it one by one. First of all, I will create a new directory with the name of Apple Reminders API. So enter. Now, if I do cd, which means basically to go, we can copy the name of the directory that we just created, and we will go to this directory. Now we are in here. Perfect. So let's see what we need to do next. Well, we need to initialize our npm. To do that, it's very easy. Just run npm init and that's it. So let's copy that, run it, and yeah, and that's it. We are basically inside the initialization. So we need to provide a few, let's say, inputs here. If you want, you can leave them completely by default and just click enter. For me, this is the good name, so I will click enter. The version is going to be 1.0.0. So again, I'm gonna click enter. The description, it's optional, so we will not provide it. Enter. And the entry point for us, it's going to be index.js. So it's also, I'm just gonna click enter. And the test commands, as I mentioned, will not be covering tests today. Maybe we can do it some in the other tutorials if that's something you're interested in, but I'll just click enter as well. And the Git repository, well, I highly suggest you to work with it, but I will do it later on. Keywords, no keywords. An author, well, we can give author as Lucas, license IC. And this is basically a quick overview of what we just went through. So is it okay? Yes, I'm just clicking enter and that's it. We've initialized it. So now we can go to our, where is it? Let me maybe rearrange a little bit like this. Go to VS Code. If you don't have VS Code, it's very easy to install it. Just, yeah, you can go to your browser, go to VS Code, download VS Code, and you will install it. But if you're using any other code editor, that's completely fine. It's gonna work just the same. So now that we installed it, we need to run npm install express. Well, first of all, we need to open the terminal. So actually not the terminal, but we need to open the project that we just created. So let's click open and let's go to our, it's in here in projects and Apple Reminders API. So now if you navigate here, let's click open and we are inside our project. You might get this little pop-up. So just don't worry, click yes, I trust authors, and that's it. We can close this welcome. We can open it here and we can see, yes, this is exactly what we've provided while creating, while providing basically those inputs. So now it's time to actually open the terminal. So let's go terminal, new terminal, and in here we will paste this command to install the Express framework. So let's copy it, paste it, install it. And yeah, it will install it very quickly. And you will see that it created this package .lock and node modules right away. And you can also see that inside our dependencies, basically our project dependencies, we have already Express with a version of 5.1.0. Perfect, that's very good. So we can continue further. Now, we will be enabling the EA6 modules, which is, in my opinion, very neat. It's gonna make the code a bit more readable and let's say more modern. So to do that, we simply need to pass the type module in our package.json. But actually, the only thing it will change is instead of doing the const basically .require, we will do import, and then we will say what we are importing. That's a little bit of a more modern way of doing that. So let's go here. Let's add the type of module and continue further. So now we will be creating our first entry file with a very basically application. So you can simply copy all of this code because yeah, for now I'm copying the code, but later on I'll be writing myself. But yes, I will copy this one just because it's a basic template and you will have it also in Express documentation. So we copy that code, but before doing anything else, what I always do is I create one folder called source. In this folder, we will keep basically all of our source code, basically all of the code that we will create now. And yeah, this makes it more readable and that's a very good practice. So inside the source, we need to create our entry file, which is going to be index.js. So if we create that, we can paste the code that we just copied in this index file. So let's quickly go over what this is doing. Well, first of all, we're importing the express, the dependency that we just installed. Then we are creating the Express application instance, and later on we will be using it. Here we are simply specifying on which port we want to run our server. So yeah, you don't need to have it in a variable. You can just pass it as a, yeah, like as 3000, but later on I'll show you even a better way of having it. And then we have one request already created, basically to the URL slash. And this URL will, basically that's kind of a route that we're defining. And inside here we are saying, okay, what this route will do. So when the user goes to this URL, what's going to happen? Well, for now, we're simply going to return hello world. Later on, we'll expand it. And lastly, we're saying here, listen to the port that we define here. So in this case, it's 3000, or you can have like 3001, or yeah, any other port that you feel is better. And then we're console logging that, okay, example app is listening on this port. So once you have this, all of this code, click Command S or Control S if you're on Windows to save this. And now we need to run our server. So if you go here, what we will need to do is once again open the terminal. You can either open it like this, or with if you didn't close it, you can run it right away here. So what we will say is that we want to run our server, and it from the entry point of source, so going in here, and index. Okay, let's click enter, and right away we see that example app is listening on port 3000. That's amazing. So if you're following the if you're following my guide that I created, you can open, just click on this link, and it will open you basically a local host website, or you can simply write yourself here, localhost 3000, click enter, and you will see hello world response. So now if we go here and change hello, not just developers, if we save it, then we need to restart. Actually, we need to restart it. Yes, let's go here. Localhost 3000, and it changed to local hello, not just developers. So yeah, like this is specifying the route, the link that we're going. But if we would say here slash and not just, let's say, if we go back here, if we try to reload this, actually, yes, let me, for now, I will show you later how to solve this, and we will not need to restart it manually every time, but so bear with me, this would be insane. But for now, we do need to do that. So if we go here, if I'm going just to slash, it says it cannot get, because we don't have any route that's only like slash. We have a route, however, with slash not just. So let's try if it actually works like that. If we say slash not just and click enter, we're seeing that, okay, it works. But we can specify many routes. We can say, okay, so then let's have also a route that's only going to be slash. And if we, again, we need to reload our server and go back here. So now if we go only to slash, it's gonna work to and redirect this, return us a response of hello world. The same is for the not just, it's still working. So basically both of these routes are working. Well, perfect. Let's see what we can do to further to make it even better, make the initial setup even cleaner. Well, I will introduce you to the environment variables. This is a very important file in your application, in your server backend, because hard coding configuration values like port numbers is quite bad. And especially hard coding and inside, not in the environment file, but adding, let's say, somewhere here inside the application, your API keys is horribly bad because it's very insecure. Instead, we use environment variables for that. Basically, env file. So you will have this file only for yourself. You will not, even if you're using Git, you will not push it to, let's say, to your GitHub, GitLab, whatever you use. Even if you have this file here, you will need to create, let's say, once you host everything to the cloud, you will need to upload it there as well separately. So yes, because it's very insecure to share these or paste, hard code these API keys, values inside your application anywhere. So let's just do that. First of all, let's create a new environment file. So to do that, just in the root directory, click anywhere and say new file. Now inside here, we will say, okay, we're creating .environment file. And for now, we will have only the port as our one environment. Later on, we will add also our database key, which is a very sensitive information, and that's why we will have mainly this environment file for. Okay, but now that we added this port, how can we use it somewhere in our application? Well, to do that, it's actually pretty simple. You do it, and here I have an example. But yeah, I will guide you through here. But we are simply saying that we're taking it from process, we're taking it from environment, and we need to then specify the environment variable name. So in this case, we provided the name of port. So let's copy this name and say port. Okay, now we can save it. And now this port will be taken from this environment variable, which is basically what we provide after equals. But let's give it in case there's some kind of misunderstanding and this port is not available. Let's do it, and I say it here as well. Let's have it an OR statement and basically fall back to a port number 3000. So basically now we're saying take this port value from the environment variable, but if it doesn't exist, simply use 3000. Okay, so now you might be thinking that it should work, but if I try to reload, it's still saying that we're starting on port 3000, even though we provided it. Well, yes, because our server doesn't know that we already created and where is this environment file, how is it called. So in order to use that, we will need to specify in the command that we are using the environment file, and we called it .env. So basically we're giving this exact name, and we're saying that, okay, so this file is going to be our environment file. So use that wherever we use process.environment. Okay, so now you remember I said about like always needing to stop and restart our application. Well, it would be insane if we had to do that after every little change. So we can pass another flag called watch. And what this does, it basically says to the server, watch for every change. And whenever I make a change here and save it, reload the server automatically so that I don't need to do it myself. Okay, and lastly, we need to say, okay, so now our path is in, basically entry point is in source.index. So now that we have this whole command, if we run it, we can see that the app is listening on port 3001. That means our environment variables are active, the server is able to read them. And now if I say, let's say I remove this and save it, you can see that it's restarting also automatically our server. So we no longer need to do that manually anymore. Well, that's amazing. But remembering this long name every time to write would be also a little bit annoying. So we can create a short script, and it's a very common way of doing it. If we go to basically copy this one, copy this one. And if I go to, let's say, package .json, under scripts, we can create our own scripts. So basically we will say, okay, well, the script name will be dev, and I will show you what this name is. And once I call this, we need to call this whole long function. So let's save it. And now if I, in the terminal, if I want to run our server, the only thing I need to do is say npm run, and then specify the name of the script. So you will have quite a few scripts here, like for testing, and you can even have for various different things. But for us, the most important one is right now dev. So if I say npm run dev and click enter, we see that it's running this long command, and we're listening on the port 3001. Amazing. Now, the last thing that is quite important to know is also that, as I mentioned, committing to the version control to the Git, the environment file, would basically make this environment file useless in a way, because it's very insecure to commit such a valuable, let's say, or crucial information later that we add our database password. Because if someone gets that database password, they can connect and basically remove all of our information, and that's quite bad, if you probably you understand that. So let's create another file called git ignore, and most likely once, when you are working in a corporation or you have a job, you will be using some sort of versioning control, like either GitHub or GitLab, and they will have this Git file. So what in this file we specify which files or folders from our application we do not want to push to versioning control. And usually these are the files that we can configure easily ourselves, or very, let's say, private files like environment. So one example would be node modules. Node modules. This increase the font size. Okay, I'll try doing this way. And I'm seeing some of the comments, guys. I will check it out very soon after like every lesson. I will try to get to your comments, check it out, and then we can continue. Right now, I want to like keep it a little bit, of a flow. So now, we specify that node modules, we do not want to commit that because it contains, well, all of our dependencies installed. It's a very huge folder. And also I can configure this folder very easily by running npm install. And that's it. Basically, it will look inside our package .json, and based on the package.json, it will regenerate the node modules. So if I can regenerate them that easily, I don't really want them to commit them. And also a very important one is the environment file, and it's because we don't want to commit that because of what I just talked about. Basically, it prevents us from accidentally exposing very sensitive information. So we're almost done at this first configuration lesson. It's probably the most boring part, but it's very important to know how to configure it properly so that we could get to working. So now let's close all of those files, and I will introduce you basically to a tool to test our API calls. So of course, we know that before deploying our API, we want to verify that every route that we define here works perfectly. Like they do what they need to do, they return what we need to return, and yes, like that. So there's many different API testing tools. Like one of the most important ones is probably a Postman. Now in the recent times, it's getting like they have a lot of functionalities. It's kind of overcomplicated at this point to start with, but you might see it quite often. Also, Insomnia is very popular one, but it has a little bit, in my opinion, a better feel, for me at least. So I will be using Insomnia, but feel free to use any other tool. They all work mostly the same. They all do the same thing. There's one called Bruno, which is also very popular now, like more of a, let's say, I'm not sure, like indie kind of, for indie developers in a way, like hipster. That's the word I was looking for. but it's also very cool. So Bruno is amazing. Okay, so let's download and install Insomnia from their official website, which is insomnia.rest. So once you install that, I already have my account, but you will see in the main dashboard something like this, saying that here are the organizations you own, and you simply, of course, first of all, install it in your computer. You simply need to press open. And what this will do, it will open Insomnia for you, and you will see actually exactly like what you see now here. So what we need to do now, well, first of all, I want to create a new project because I want to create it locally and I don't want to always sync it with my cloud. If you're working with a team, you will most likely always choose like the cloud sync, and for that you already have one project created. But I want to store everything locally for this project. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter too much for you. If you're working in a company, they will say which one to use. If they are using their own, they will probably import it in your computer. So yeah. Let's call it something like personal local project and click create or continue, then saw the name. Now in here, let's click on new collection and let's call our collection. So we will call it reminders API and let's click create. Now you will see something like this, basically a blank space with not much. So yeah, here I have all of the things you need to know. And now we're here at the creating your first API request. It's actually kind of easy to do. You simply click here on a little plus sign. You say, let's create a new HTTP request. You can even like give it a name if you want. So we can rename it and say get hello world, something like this. And now what we need to do is you need this localhost URL here. So let's remove this and copy this localhost URL. Actually, now if you run this, it's not going to work because we are running no longer on 3000 port, but it's 3001. And I think I did not run my application. So let's do npm run dev. So if we go here, maybe I should increase the size here as well. So now if I go to this localhost and on port 3001, we'll see our old project. So now let's copy this URL from here and go back to Insomnia. In here at the top, let's paste this URL, and you don't need to add this slash because by default it is added if there's nothing after it, but I will add it just for demonstration purposes. So now that we have this, we see that the request is get, and we know what request to use because here we say it's get. So if we go here and send this request, we will get exactly the same response. And let me maybe also increase it. Hello world. But if we say here not just get, we are getting hello not just developers response. So it's yeah, it is how it's what we wanted to achieve in our first, let's say, first lesson. So now let's go to the task board. We will take a short break and let's go to the database lesson. Now I think we can check out some of the comments, and yeah, there's a lot of them, so probably I'm not gonna be able to respond to all of them, but yeah. Hi, will you implement authentication and CSRF token handling? No, and in this tutorial we will not do that. However, I'm thinking to do like a separate tutorial for authentication only, because that's kind of like a broad topic. So I didn't want it to cramp everything in one project, one tutorial, because you see how deep am I going in some of the things here. And I'm even explaining like the very, very big, like let's say the simplest things quite detailed. So having authentication would have been quite an overkill. Um, okay. This is amazing, Rogelio. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to see you as always in the streams. That's amazing. Yeah, we'll use Lucia Auth. No, as I said, yeah, no authentication. Why not use Node.js package to run to run the server automatically? I feel this is like a lot easier way of doing it. It's everything built in. You don't need anything extra. It's very simple and very effective at this point. Do you implement MVC or just simply? Yes, we will work on the full MVC model, and that's one of the lessons in here. We will use an MVC plus service layer. So basically the way how probably the biggest corporations are handling, the ones that are using like, let's say, Express framework or even more like structure. So we'll cover all of that soon. So yeah, I think more or less I answered a few. We'll have a short, like, again, burst of implementations, and then we'll come back to some of the comments. Okay, so now database. Well, probably kind of if you don't, why we need a database is basically to store and manage our data. We need to somehow persist that data, and when the user, let's say, creates a new reminder, we need to store it so that later when he opens his application, we can actually retrieve that data and show it to him. So there is a lot of different types of databases. And for this project, right away, I'm saying like we will use a serverless database, PostgreSQL as well. And we're using PostgreSQL because it's probably the most popular, I would say. And it's very good. So yeah, that's that. But let's really quickly cover all of the, like not all, but main types that you might encounter of databases. So first one is self-hosted database, either on your virtual machine or even on your own servers that you own. This is basically where you install, configure, and maintain the database on your own. You have a full control, yes, it can be optimized like for very specific use cases, but it requires insane amount of database management expertise and knowledge. Usually you would have your own database management team only for that. So it wouldn't, it's kind of complicated because you need to handle the backups, the scaling, everything yourself. You need to set up, and it's very complex. So we're not gonna be using that. And if you're working on creating your own application, you're also definitely not gonna use that. Bigger corporations with the huge teams, huge, let's say, budgets may be using this. So you might encounter this, but for you, nothing will change from what I will show in this tutorial. Then there are managed databases, something like AWS RDS. Google also has one. And basically, it's a cloud provider that manages your databases. It manages the backups, the scaling, and all the maintenance. So you kind of don't need the full team to maintain it. It has like automated backups, and this is probably the best suited, I would say, if you can't really afford this, for constant high traffic applications. But it can be very expensive if you do not optimize it properly. So basically, if you leave default options, this can get crazy expensive. And if you don't really know what you're doing, so you are required to fine tune for the cost and performance quite well. So you still need to know what you're doing. And there are serverless databases like the one that we will use today, Neon. There's a lot of them there, so use whichever you want. I just felt this is the easiest one to use, so that's why I chose for the tutorial. And it's a good one actually also, not that because it's only easy. But yeah, it's like fully cloud managed. It all automatically scales based on the demand, and we pay only for what we use. So we don't need to manage any servers. It's kind of cost efficient because for unpredictable workloads, because you kind of don't know, maybe sometimes the traffic is low, sometimes it's very high, so it balances out in a way. It's very easy to deploy, and we'll see how to do that and start using it. However, it also has some cons, like you have less control over tuning and optimizing it. Potentially, it might be more expensive if your application is consistently having like a very high traffic, but it can be good. So it's very difficult to say which one will be the cheapest. It depends a lot on your like use case. But serverless, if you're working like on a startup, is more times than not will be the way to go. So again, why serverless? Well, for us, it's the best choice because it's easy to set up, start using. It eliminates any maintenance task. It scales automatically, and it has an amazing free tier. So basically, you can use it for free even after publishing your app to production. It's still good for free for quite a bit of data and time. Only when you reach a certain threshold, you will need to go into the paid tiers. Again, however, if you're using consistently high traffic applications, you kind of can't think about AVS RDS. So now let's see how to set up our database. Well, first of all, let's just go to Neon's official website, which is neon.tech. In there, create a new account. And after creating this new account, you will see this screen, like exactly this screen. Maybe you will need to click new project as well, but I think it automatically opens this screen. And here we need to provide the project name for our database. So let's say it will be Reminders API. I think I have the same, so maybe Apple, Apple Reminders API. Database name, you can provide it, or you can just leave NeonDB. We can say Reminders database, and then you can select a region. So in theory, you would select a region closest to your main target audience, the people that will use your application. For me, I will use the one that's closest to me. So yeah, it's either Central or West, let's say Frankfurt. And then we click create. Now that we are in this, okay, I see there's a lot of questions. Hello, Lucas. Could you please show us how to install a React Native Expo application on iPhone without going through App Store? For example, if you have an app you want to install among friends. You mean basically not to publish your application to the App Store so that only you and your friends could test it out and use it? Let me know if that's that. Real developers use Microsoft Access for database concern dodge. Okay. Where do you get your app designs? Do you do it or do you outsource it? So it really depends. So if you're a small team, usually you can do it yourself. For a developer, it's good to know the basic styling. But if you are, let's say, in a big team, a big corporation, more times than not, they will have their own like UI, UX team that will handle these things. So you will only need to know how to apply these styles. But yeah, like in a startup, you would need to do it more times than not yourself, unless you have a lot of investments. Okay, let's continue. So now that we logged in, we provided everything, selected the region, we will need to connect our database. But before that, I really quickly want to talk also about using raw SQL or ORM and what is a difference between them. So at a very high level, an ORM is a tool that allows us to interact with a database using object-oriented code instead of writing like raw SQL queries. This which makes the database operations easier to read and write. So here you can see a quick example. So here is how it would look in a raw SQL. So you need to remember like the structure and everything. It might be for some people very unintuitive. And for example, a Drizzle ORM has something like this, which makes it for maybe even easier to read. And while again, ORMs have additional benefits on top of that, but we are focusing on a key difference between these two. And yeah, it's again also worth noting that many ORMs allow developers to write SQL queries when needed. And it's kind of common well, it's not uncommon, maybe that would be the better way of putting it, for companies to use a mix of both, like ORMs for simple operations and raw SQL for performance. But today we'll be using raw SQLs because, well, this is a learning project, and I believe, and I would argue like very harshly that it is a lot better to understand SQL, and it's a lot more valuable to learn that than simply relying on an ORM. So by working directly with these SQL raw queries, you'll gain a very good foundation of database interactions, and you will definitely. I've never heard of someone trying to apply to the job and the job is saying, no, sorry, we cannot take you in because you don't know the ORM that we are using. But not knowing an SQL queries might be a reason that you're not accepted. So it's kind of important to know it. It depends on your position, but it is important. And here you can see also like quick comparison between using like an ORM and a raw SQL. Why is it better? So main probably difference between is the performance one, and the raw SQL often is faster because there's no overhead or no like abstraction I meant. And yeah, but here you can read a little bit more about it. And I see Music Forever is asking why we not use Supabase. And you could definitely use Supabase here. I just thought like Neon fits better in our case. It's only like a Postgres database. It's a simple thing. It's very simple to deploy it and use it. If you want, you can use Supabase. It's just as good. But here, yeah, I chose Neon. So connecting to our database. Yes, let's continue. So in order to like write these SQL queries, we need a library for that, and we will use install PG, which basically stands for Postgres. And this is the most commonly library. It's called Node Postgres, which allows us to execute these queries, and it also supports connection pooling, which is very good for performance, and you can easily adapt it to any other services. It's very, very popular one. So to install that, just let's copy this command and go back to our code. Let's stop the server with Control C, and let's paste this command, install pg. After installing it, you can see that it appeared here. So perfect. Now we need to connect to our database finally. So if you go to your database dashboard and click here on connect, you will get this connection string. Copy it in here by clicking copy snippet and go to your project. For me, I will, it's not a problem to share this password because I will remove this database right away, and I have like limits set. But for you, I would be very careful by sharing this password. So once we're here, let's create some more folders to keep the structure very good, let's say, in our application. So let's click on the source and click create new folder. And here we'll create config. This is where we will keep all of our configurations. In this case, we will have only one, basically configuring our database, but you might encounter more things in, let's say, very big projects. But what you will see definitely there is going to be db.js. So in here, what we need to do is create this connection between our server and our database. To do that, let's go to the environment file that I introduced earlier to you today, and we will need to add this connection like this. So we will say we are creating a new environment variable called database URL. I think yes. And then I will use this URL, pasted basically this connection string from here. So now that we have this URL, we can go and create this connection between our server and the database. This is the code for that. I will copy it because there's nothing crazy here, and I will go over of what we're doing. So go to this DB and paste this code. If you did not download the Notion guide, just pause the video and you can write everything out. But basically what we're doing is we're importing the PG, the library that we just installed. We're creating this connection pool that I talked about by simply passing the connection string from the database URL that we defined in here. Then we will remove this function very soon, but we have this function just to test if our connection is working properly. So basically what are we doing here? We're connecting to this pool basically, and we're trying to query the version of our database right now and simply console log the version. If it does this, if it connects and returns me basically successful query, that means everything is working and we can finally release the client. Otherwise, something is not correct if it won't return us the version. So let's see what it will return. And here we're just simply saying at the end of this file, just call this function. So the run this function, call this function. So let's open of course, let's save it. And then let's open this terminal once again. You can do terminal, a new terminal, or create or use a shortcut. In here we will say run the script, run the node. Is going to be in source, in config, and in DB. Once we click enter, we can, oh yes, it's not gonna work because we're trying to access here the environment variables, but we're not providing, okay, so where are those environments stored? So we need to provide environment file.env, just like this. And now if we run it, we are receiving the version of Postgres, which is 17.4. That means everything is working, and you can even see, yeah, here I'm talking a bit more what we're doing here. But what we can see is we have the correct response, which means everything is working perfectly. So now we are done with yet another lesson, and we're kind of already 1 hour in, but it's okay. I want to make it detailed. So let's go to migrations as our next lesson. Let's open it up, and we can now once again take a short break. See what's happening, take a sip of water because I didn't do that for a very long time already. Okay, no new comments. It's good, it's good. So I think we can continue. If you have questions, just let me know. If you have any feedback, always let me know as well. And let's do some more coding. So now that we are here, I hope I'm showing, yes. We will learn a little bit more about database migrations. And here I have a huge block of text telling you what are they. But in a way, migrations are changes to a database schema that are version controlled. This is very important. And we create them in order to apply these migrations and these changes in a very structured way. This allows us to have basically maintain a very consistent database schemas across different, let's say, environments. And typically companies will use different tools for this. So there is a very popular one, Knex, Sequelize. This is already like ORMs or even Prisma. I saw someone is asked why I'm not using Prisma, and yes, it's because I really wanted to keep this whole thing very, very low level and cover in much detail the things, because not every company that you will apply to for a job will use Prisma. There's a lot of different tools that you can use instead of it, and I just wanted to give you like a low-level knowledge of how to like create everything and work with everything, and do not attach you to any of the tools that the company that you're applying to is working like with different tools or with the same. So yeah, Drizzle is also a very popular one. It also like as an ORM, I gave an example with it previously. So yeah, but I just wanted to keep it very, very low level as mentioned. But so yeah, these tools help you a lot, but we will simulate how it's gonna look like very, very similarly. So let's, first of all, you will always have this migrations folder. So let's go to our project. Let's close the config of the folder, and let's create another one inside the source called migrations. Inside this migrations folder, you would usually use a tool to create this migration. So yeah, like it would be something to like migrate or whatever, and then you would say like the migration name that you want to apply, and it will create a file similar to this. First of all, it will have a timestamp. So let's create today's timestamp, and it has and then it will have a name of the basically migration that you are creating. So for us, it would be, let's say something, I actually have some names here. So yeah, create user table. So let's rename it. Let's create this migration called create user table, and it's more times than not we'll use this syntax also. So yeah, you'll feel right at home when you see it. It's just you're not gonna create them manually. So now that you created these, let's say, migrations files, yeah, like I'm telling here a little bit more about the naming pattern, and it always will include the timestamp. So how to write these migrations? Well, here we have a little bit of an example. Once again, should I write it or just copy? This is like a very, yeah, there's a lot of setup. Let me copy and just go over, but maybe I will like start writing them now. Let me know, like, should I do this setup code like in a writing everything step by step, or just for now copy paste and then later on just get into the meat? So for now I will paste it, but yeah, let me know. Okay, so what are we doing here? Well, first of all, we're importing the database from this config file, which is config.db. So in here we can see that we're going to we're going one folder back, then we're going inside config, and we are going inside the DB. Okay, people are saying step by step. So let me create this one, like explain like this, and then the reminders one we will write step by step then. And from now on, everything will be written step by step. So here we are creating two different functions. One is going to be called down, and the other one is going to be called up. And this usually means we are migrating up or we are migrating down. So migrating up is usually you create something new, but if something didn't work, you create the migration down to revert those changes back. So what it means, so in the up, what we're trying to do is creating a new table in our database. So what we're doing here, we're saying, okay, create table, basically create a new table. If it doesn't exist yet, because if it will exist, it will not create. And the name of the table is called users. Okay, now we need to specify what this table will have. Well, first of all, in almost all of the tables will have the ID. which is going to be a serial primary key. What means it's going to be like a primary key, and it's going to be auto incremented with every new record that you add. So basically, none of them will have the same ID. All of the records different ID. Then it will have a name for the user. This name can have like up to 100 characters, and it should be unique, and it can never be null. So it's a required field. We need to have the user name. And lastly, we will have created at, which is going to be a timestamp. And if it's not provided, once you create every like new record, new user, we will default this timestamp to the current timestamp. Basically, it will take the current time and add it as a created at. And that's it. Like, we are running this query, and if it doesn't work, we will catch it and throw an error. Now, like, how to revert this migration? So if we saw that, okay, we migrated up, but it's something that we shouldn't have done, how to revert it back? Well, we have for this down function. And what it does, it's simply dropping the table if it exists, and the table name is users. So the same as we created. So yeah, if we created it, if we don't need it anymore, we call it down. And then at the end here, we will call a function. So it's either down or it's either up. Usually, again, if you use a tool, it might be something that you would simply call migrate up or migrate down or something like this. It depends on the tool you're using. But for us, we are going to specify it like this. But like this part will look the same, and you will feel at home. You will know what it's doing. So now, in order to run this migration, what we need to do is we need to say, go like once again, node. We need to specify the environment file, and it's going to be, so you could actually even create scripts for all of these if you wanted to. So we are saying use environment file .env, and we will be running source. Then we'll go to migrations, and then we will call create users table migration. So now if we click enter, we're still calling this, but we can go back to our, it created it, but we can go to our config db and remove or comment out this part because we will no longer need it. We tested, it works, it's good. So I'll remove it. You can comment it out, and later we will, you can reuse it if you wanted to. So now if we go to our Neon console, if I reload it and go to tables, under tables, we can see a new table called users. Perfect. With an ID as a serial, with a name as we, maybe I can make it bigger here. Yes. With an ID as a serial, with a name as a basically varchar of up to 100 characters, and created at timestamp. So for example, we can even create a record just in here right away. And we can see that these two values have a default value. But this one, we do need to provide it. So let's say I will say simply Lucas and save it. And it created a new record with a created at timestamp of actually right now, but in a different time zone, and with an ID of 1. Well, perfect. So now we need to do the same for reminders. And now we can try to write this reminders code or like migration ourselves. So first of all, what are we doing? We're importing the database from, and we will say, okay, so let's import it from config and database and add .js. Very important, otherwise it's gonna throw an error for you. Okay, now that we import it, we have two functions. Well, one of them is called up, so we will say export asynchronous. It's a very important function, and the name of the function is going to be up. Parameters, it will not have any. And now we can, inside it, define the try catch. So select this one, the try catch right away. Try catch, forgot the word, but basically, yeah, try catch in order to try to execute some code. And if anything inside this block fails, you will execute this. So here we are, again, defining the query. So we are saying await db, and we're saying query. So from this DB, we'll execute the query, and the query will be as follows. So let's adjust a little bit like this, and let's start defining. Well, first of all, if you remember, we will create a table. It's also very important to say if it doesn't exist yet, if not exists, and now we give the name of the table, which is going to be, in our case, reminders. Now we can start specifying, okay, what fields will it have? Well, first of all, it will have ID, which is once again going to be the same serial, and also it needs to be a primary key. I hope I'm not gonna make mistakes in writing typos, but we'll see it because it will catch the error and console log it for us. Then we will add another field called like reminder. So we need to actually the actual reminder that user will save. So it's gonna be again varchar, and we will give it, let's say, 255 characters. Then it also cannot be null. That's the only like basically the most important part of our this reminders records, like it's the reminder itself that the users will save. Then we will have another one called notes, and this can be empty. It's very like optional, so simply a text will suffice. Then we will need to know if the user actually completed the reminder or not yet. So it's going to be a Boolean, basically either a true or false. And if it's not provided, when we are creating, we will default to false. So basically, because we kind of know that if the user creates a new reminder, by default, he's not going to be done with it. It's a new one. That means it's still not finished. Then we will also need to know to which user this reminder belongs. So the user will be an integer, and we will reference, so we say references, and we need to now say the table name. So if we remember here, we created users table. So we say it references user, and it references the ID field of the user. So basically this, we are creating like a relationship between this user, between this reminder and the user. And also we need to say, like, if this user decides to remove his account, so with it, we need to remove all of his reminders as well, because we no longer need them. So we will say on user delete, we will cascade, and cascade means basically remove all of his reminders. And lastly, we also need created at timestamp, and it's going to be exactly the same as for the users table. It's going to be a timestamp, which will default to current timestamp. I hope I didn't make any mistakes, but if I did, we'll see, as I told already. And then we will, if there's an error, we will console log the error itself. Perfect. Let's maybe add this as well here. So now we need to create, again, another function to migrate down. So let's say not expo, export async function, and we will call it down, and it's not going to have any parameters. It's also going to be in a try catch block, and in here we will simply say await. We'll call the DB. We will also say we are running a query, and the query is going to be very simple. Drop the table if exists, and the table name is going to be reminders. So now we will simply, if it throws an error, console log and console log error. Okay, let's save everything, and now we can try to run this one as well. So it's going to be the same. We were running environment file and we're running the source migrations and this migration. Let's click enter. Now, if we go back and reload our database, we are seeing that something did not work. So I think I've made a mistake. Oh, yes, of course I made a mistake because I forgot to call one of these functions. So either because I only defined them here, but I did not call anything. So I'm calling now up. So now if I run it again, and hopefully it's gonna work. Well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. Okay, it's still creating it. So yeah, it's done. We can go try to reload it, and we see the reminders table. Amazing. Now we will no longer create records of our manually, because that's why we are here. We need to know how to create them programmatically, right? So let's get into our guide and see what's next. Yeah, here I explain in maybe even too much details of what are we doing here. So if you have the guide, you can always come back and read it again. This guide is going to be always up for you if you download it, like, yeah, and I will keep on improving it. So yeah, here's some explanations, and here I'm explaining of how to run it, the migration, and even how to roll back. So yeah, so for example, rolling back, I can show you very easily for the create reminders. We say that, oh, I made some sort of mistake and I forgot to add one of the fields. Well, you could in theory create a new migration just for that, but for me, I'm lazy, so I will call, for now, I'm calling again down, so basically migrate down. I'm calling this same migration, and then we're waiting a second. While we're waiting, whatever I pull that from clients, how can we pull the API? What do you mean exactly with that, Brian? Haris Prasad, thanks for the story, bro. Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate you guys staying with me on a late Friday, or for some early Friday or Saturday. Yeah, I really appreciate you being here, guys. Or any other time. Maybe you're watching it after the live stream also. So yeah, now if we go to our console and if we reload, we can see that we no longer have a reminders table because we rolled back. We dropped this table because it existed. So, but we need it. So now let's say if I made a mistake, as I had an example previously, I would add a new field here. Let's say, not sure what you can add. Maybe due date, something like that, due date. And then I would define here what it should be. But we're not gonna complicate that much, so we will leave this and let's run the migration once again with up to create this table. Hi, I'm wondering if this is full stack. Yes, we will cover later on how to create the front end of this application, basically your mobile app with all the reminders displayed, how to interact between the backend that we are creating right now and your front end application. For each load, this migration check if it's created or not. I'm not sure if I understand exactly, but yes, like you would probably check if it exists or not. Always, just to be safe. Okay, so now we can continue with our guide and go into routes. This is where the things are starting to get more interesting, maybe. We're kind of leaving the setup ground and continuing. Kelber, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're having, guys, a great evening. So in this lesson, as I'm stating here, we'll dive into creating the CRUD operations and organizing them properly. So what are the CRUD operations? It's basically how we will create new data and store it in our database, how we will fetch that data and retrieve it, how we will update that and delete that. So let's start with a very simple, and I will no longer copy my code, although here it's a lot of code, but I want to show you how we do that step by step. So now we can actually run our server, and if you remember, we can run it with npm run dev. Click enter, and now it's watching, it's gonna be reloading, so we can close it. We can close these migrations, we will no longer need them, and we can even close these folders. Let's go to the index and let's try to create different routes. So for example, there might be a route to post, but because right now I can only get these, like I'm only calling get routes. So to get all reminders, get a single reminder. But what if I want to create a new reminder? Well, in that case, we need to call post, or to update, you would either patch it or call .put. Then to delete, all of them have different basically requests. Even though, for example, let's check at delete and patch, they have, and even get, they have exactly the same URLs, all of them. So yeah, that's gonna be a topic we are basically discovering now a bit more. So yes, we will need one route which is going to get us all of these reminders. And to do that, well, first of all, we are gonna call here slash reminders. And for now, let's just return, let's say, get all reminders. And maybe I can even remove these comments too much. I no longer need them. Okay, so we have to get all reminders, but I maybe want to get one reminder. So in order to get only one reminder, we need a way to pass the ID inside the URL. And if you worked with web apps, it will be very familiar. And to pass that ID, we simply say like this and specify the name of the variable, the parameter that we're passing. It could be even like name or yeah, whatever. For us, it's going to be, we will be passing the ID because that's how you will usually be retrieving one item. So get reminder by ID. Then we also need one more request to create new reminder. So we will say call app dot post, and we will create a new post request. And a post request, when we're creating, we can simply call slash reminders, the same as this one. Then we're getting the request and response, and we are opening an arrow function. Inside here we are specifying, okay, what are we returning? So we will send back to the requester, to the user, saying, yeah, you called create new reminder. Okay, now I will like a little bit copy paste because here not much changes. For example, here I only need to change the patch and have reminder. And actually here, okay, I already made a small mistake because here I also need to say we're calling reminders ID because that's the best naming structure. Because for example, if you had only like this, and it's good thing that I made this mistake. What are we trying to get here? Are we, because let's say we have also users table. So are you trying to get a user? Are you trying to get a reminder? So to be very clear in your backend, to make the life easier for yourself and for your teammates, you would usually want to be very clear with your naming. So here we're getting the reminder of ID, even though in theory we could leave it simply like that. Okay, so we have a patch that we call to reminders, and we also need to say, okay, so which reminder do you want to update? So update old reminder. And lastly, we want to add exactly the same with .delete and saying delete old reminder. So now we have all of the most important basically routes, and in a way almost all. The only one that we're not having is put, and put and patch is basically updating both of them, but patch is updating certain fields and put is updating the full record. So now that that we have these routes defined, let's go in our Insomnia that we created a little bit earlier and see how can we call all of these different routes, because we only saw how to call the get ones. So if we saved it, we can see, let's go to our Insomnia and or whatever. If you're using something different, it's totally fine. You might be using Postman or Bruno, it will work exactly the same. So now if we call our URL, which is going to be localhost, and we can see that URL in here, basically on which port is running. Right now it's localhost, but if you had this backend, let's say hosted somewhere, it would be a different URL. So, but everything that's after it would be, let's say, the same. So now, what if we simply call /reminders? Let's see, and okay, it's calling get all reminders, just as we are, what are we returning basically? You can add here, remember, a lot of different code. So for example, I could even say, okay, so before that, let's console log something hello or hello. It should be hello. So if we go back, and now we also want to pass the ID. So because if we simply call this with a get, it's gonna call the get all reminders. And it's a very good practice, and that's how you would do all the time. Create different requests in here for different requests, well, right? So let's say here we will have get all reminders, and it's gonna get us all reminders. But now we can create a new HTTP request, and let's rename it, and let's say get reminder by ID. So now we need to specify a different URL. So, but you can kind of copy from here and paste here and just change the last part. There is an even easier way in order not to remove the need of always defining this here. So maybe I'm not gonna show it because it's only on like that on Insomnia, and it might confuse for others that are using, let's say, Bruno or Postman. But you can add, let's say, environment variables as well. And I could use here, instead of having always this local host, I could have like this base URL, and it will encode behind it the local host. But just for not to confuse too many people, let's leave it like this. So I would say reminders and then pass the ID of the reminder that I want to get. So maybe let's leave it 1. If I send it, I can see that, okay, the return is get reminder by ID. So exactly as we define here. And we can also see that it console logged hello as we asked him to. Perfect. Let's create all of the rest functions. So now that we created both of the get ones, we need to create a create request. And in order to do that, let's first of all copy this URL as always, but now this get here, change it to post, because, and you can know to what to change based on this little hint here. So here we are calling post, whoopsie, patch, delete, and yeah, and get. So now we're gonna be calling post. And even though the URL is, I can simply, let's say, go here, copy it, paste it, not change anything, and call it, we are getting create new reminder. And it's because we're specifying which request are we doing. And here we're doing a post request. And it's also important to rename it. So let's say create new reminder. Perfect. So now we need to also be able to update these reminders if we are able to create them. So let's go here. Let's create a patch. As I told, there is a put one, but we'll use patch today. Then we'll have the same URL, but we need to pass the ID of the reminder. And I'll show you a bit later how to get this ID from the URL that we want to update. And it says update all the reminder. And lastly, we want to be able to delete these reminders. So we can simply paste the same URL, leave it as delete, and call it delete all reminder. Perfect. Just rename it real quick. Delete misclicks reminder. Then here as well, update reminder. Perfect. We have all of the requests that we will need for the reminder. Now we can check what's next in our guide. So now you can kind of already feel that this is crazy unmaintainable. Imagine if I had all of this for a user. Imagine if I had even more, let's say, reminders, different lists, different I'm not sure, like likes or whatever. So for all of these, I would have to paste them in the same file. Well, that would be very confusing and very difficult to maintain. To solve this issue, we will be creating a new folder called routes. And this folder will keep all of our routes separated. So for example, we have reminders route. So we will say reminders routes.js. You can have, let's say, user routes.js. And you can even like have as many as you need, and it will keep everything very clean and structured. So let's create these reminder routes. What we need to do? Well, first of all, let's go back to our index and let's copy all of, let's actually not even copy, but cut out all of these requests with the command or control X. Let's save this folder and go to the reminders route. For now, just paste it. Of course, we will need to do some adjustments now, but because it's not going to work like that. First of all, we will need to import, and it's a different thing. We will be importing router, but also from Express. And router is what allows us to create these separated routes very nicely. Then we need to initialize this router like this. So basically we're saying this variable will become this router. And now we can call this router. So instead of having this app, we're calling, we'll be calling router.get by ID, router.create, router.patch, router.delete. And I'll show you in a second why. Because now we can simplify this whole thing a lot. Well, first of all, we need to export export this router that we just created and attached all of these routes to. But now we can say that router.slash without saying this reminders part, router.slash ID, then once again like this and like this. So now it's not yet finished. We need to have one last adjustment. So now if we go to our index file and inside here at the top, we'll import these routes. So it's called reminder routes and we are importing them from, and they're imported from, actually it's only one, routes, reminder routes.js. So now that we can use these routes and we can tell our app instance to use them. So let's say we will say app dot use, and we will say, so now all of these routes that we are gonna pass you here, they will have the prefix of reminders and group them together. And then we are passing this all of these reminders routes. So now our application will know that, okay, if we are calling reminders basically slash or reminders reminders ID or whatever, it will know that the prefix is like reminders and we don't need to have all of them added here manually, which simplifies the readability a lot more. And here you would do the same for, let's say, user routes. If you created them here, you would say users and pass here user routes. And once again, it would work the same. You would have user/ID and it would know which routes to call. So now that we have this, we can quickly go to our Insomnia and check out if it's actually still working. So if we call them like this, we can see that they're still perfectly working, and we simplified it a lot. Okay, so we did all of this. Yes, we modified it. And yeah, here's, I'm explaining a bit more of what's happening. It basically app.use mounts these routes under /reminders path. So it knows right away a lot cleaner where to go. So now that we're done with routes, with very basic routes, we will be getting into the meat right now. And it's kind of important to know how to structure your application, because if you just create all of the files or everything in one file, it's gonna be a huge mess. And when it's a huge mess, it's gonna be unmaintainable and you will not be able to create a functional, maintainable, and scalable application. So usually you would select some sort of a structure to follow. And most of the big companies right now, and not only, like also the small startups, use this MVC plus service structure. And why you would use this, I will explain once I'm showing. But yes, once again, it's called model view controller plus service pattern, and it helps us to structure everything. So now I created this like analogy of a restaurant because we will be creating 3 more folders. So let's actually do that. First of all, we will create controllers. Then we will also have the services, not as a file. I created it as a file. That's not good. Let's remove it. I need to create it inside as a folder. So it's going to be called services. And then lastly, we will also have models. So now let me quickly, with this restaurant analogy, go over what it means. So the controller will handle these requests and send back the responses to the user. Well, you can right away understand that it's kind of like a waiter in a restaurant. So it's the one that will take the order from the user, which is a request. It will pass this order to the kitchen to basically create whatever was ordered, which the kitchen is, in our analogy, a service layer. And it brings back the prepared dish, which is going to be the response to the user. This controller slash waiter doesn't process any data, doesn't prepare anything. It acts only as an intermediary. It doesn't care really how the data is processed. It's only there to basically communicate this order. Then there's this service layer, which as I said, is kind of like a kitchen inside a restaurant, which is responsible for the logic and the actual processing of the data. So the kitchen, the service layer, takes the order from the controller, waiter, and processes it, prepares the food based on the ingredients, a model, which we'll talk soon about. It can combine multiple ingredients into one, and it can add specific processes like cooking, mixing, garnishing, basically all of the logic that you would do for processing that data or creating that food happens in this service layer. And then there is models layer, which only communicates with the database in our code example. But in a kitchen example, you can think of model like an different ingredients to make those dishes. So it doesn't care how the food is prepared, the final dish. It doesn't care about how it's served. It is simply a product, and it provides essential components, basically data, to the kitchen, which is service layer, so that this final dish can be prepared. So for example, I need a tomato, I'm taking it from the fridge, and tomato in this case is a model. I need some cucumbers, I'm taking, let's say, reminders, and processing them and passing back to the waiter. Maybe this analogy will help you a little bit easier to understand why are we separating everything so much. And I will also have some examples. For example, when in the service, we need different ingredients, and we will call different database tables. So yeah, we will see how this all ties up in not a restaurant, but in a coding environment. So let's continue. So the first, the first one layer, let's say in our application, will be the routes layer, because that's how we will know which route was called. So it's either reminders / or user / or reminders.id. And then this router will specify which controller to use. So let's say, let's go here and let's create our first controller, which is going to be called reminders controller. So if we go here, let me check if the stream is still good, if there's any questions or anything so far. Hey Aditya, nice to see you here. you've been here. Well, you've been in Discord yesterday, so today here, very, very glad to see you. Sir Josh, hi, please just join. How do I get started, please? Yes, I see our team member, valuable team member, just posted, sent you an asset link. So just download that and you can have all of this, what I'm going through yourself. And then after the stream ends, we will post the stream on this channel. So you can always come back, rewatch at your own pace, stop, whatever. We will never remove this tutorial. So feel free to go at your own pace. You don't need to follow me in real time. Let's see what else. Jaidi subscribed. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to see that you are guys enjoying, at least some of you. I'm not sure if everybody, but thank you very, very much, Jaidi. Okay, Aditya, I'm late today. What we're building today? Yes, we're building a full stack application, a very beginner friendly application, basically taking your first steps into full stack development. And yeah, I think we can continue now. And yes, what I was talking, creating those controllers. Let's go to our controllers folder. Let's create a new controller. So we will call it reminder controller.js. Perfect. So you could have here many different controllers. So user controller, I don't know, likes controller or whatever. So all of them also would be separated. For us now, it's a good example with reminder. And actually, yeah, I will tell about it a bit later. So now let's create this controller. First of all, we'll say export const and give the name. So it will be called reminder controller. And now we will inside it specify all the functions. So in theory, we will try to follow exactly, let me close this user because we will not need it. And actually I can even remove it now because we will not need it. Okay. We will follow this structure. So for example, we see, okay, we have get all reminders. Well, okay, that means we need to create a function to get all of those reminders. So we will call it just like that, get all reminders. And it should be camel case, so here like that. This will get a request and response, the same as we get here, request and response. And then we will specify what this function needs to do. So for now, we will keep returning this. Later on, we will add like all the data interactions with database. But as you remember, it's not happening at this layer yet. So we will simply have this response still, get all reminders. So if we save this, we can now go back to our reminders table, reminders routes, and then import this reminder controller. So we would import it like this, saying reminder controller from controllers, reminder controller. Be very careful and add this JS at the end because it's gonna crash for you. And now we can use it. So we can make this a lot more simple. So we can remove all of this boilerplate code and simply say reminder controller and call get all reminders. That's it. It knows that if the user goes to this route, which is reminders / I need to call this function, and that's it, nothing else, and pass the request and response to it. So we go here, and you can go here by clicking command and on this or control on Windows and on the name, and we see which function is going to be executed. And what this function will do, it will simply send a response to get all reminders. Okay, perfect, but now we need to do that for all of the rest functions. So here we can see, okay, we are trying to get a reminder by ID. Perfect. Let's do exactly the same. So maybe I just even will copy it and say what we need to do here is get reminder by ID. And what is it complaining about? Oh, yes, I forgot to add this comma here. We need to separate them basically. Okay, now we're getting the response will be this one. So we can copy it from the get. We can go to our controller and paste that. We know that the response is going to be exactly the same. And now we can simplify this as well very easy. Reminder controller, get reminder by ID. Okay, saved. Let's go quickly create the rest. So it will be, I think it's called, yeah, create reminder. We get request and response. And in here, let's see what we were doing. We were returning create reminder response. So let's paste it, save it, go to our routes, remove all of this boilerplate code. No, I'll leave this one. Say reminder controller and create reminder. Perfect. Last one, not the last one before the last one is to patch. So we will create one more. Okay, like this. We will say async and we will call it update reminder. We will take request and response and we will return, let's see what, okay, we're returning this one. Let's paste it back and then we can very nicely, once again, apply here, reminder controller dot update reminder. And now it's the last one. So let's create quickly async. We will call it delete reminder, request and response, and then we will have response, send, and delete all reminder. And lastly, just say delete reminder. Perfect. Let's save this. Let's save this. Now we can go to our, once again, Insomnia, and we can test it out. So let's say if delete is still working. Okay, they are still all working amazingly, just as before. Yes, so let's see what we need to do next. We created all of these reminders, all of these functions. I mean, we are using all of these controller functions inside our routes. And now we say, yeah, basically I'm telling here what we're doing. So feel free to read it out. So now it's time to actually handle some data from these requests, because in many scenarios, we will need to get the ID, for instance, when we are creating, when we are updating or deleting a reminder from the URL, or maybe we will even need to get some data from the user. So for example, when we're creating a new reminder, we need to get the actual reminder and the notes for it. So we need to somehow get this data. And to do that, it's actually very, very easy. Well, what we need to do is we need to get it from the request. Then every request will have this params, and then the name of the parameter that we're passing in that URL. So let's see how to do that. Look, for example, in the get reminder by ID. And also I'm here parsing to int, because if you know, like all of these are passed like ID, not like this, but 1, 2, they're a string. But we need to convert them to a number in order to actually pass them to the database. Sometimes databases also store the IDs and strings, so you would not need to do that. But for us, it stores that in an integer, in a number. So we need to parse it to an integer as we are doing here. So if we go back, we will say here const, and we will say what the name of this variable. So we will call it reminder ID. And as I said, we will parse this ID to integer, and then we will take it from the request. So from here, and in the request, there will be parameters, and we will, okay, so how is the name, what's the name of the parameter? So if we go here and we check for get reminder by ID, we called it ID. Okay, so that means we can copy this, come back here and say that request parameters should have ID. And in order to test if we are actually getting back this ID, we can a little bit transform this and add these different quotes under escape. I'm not sure how they're called. And we say get reminder by ID, and we specify with this syntax of inserting this variable reminder ID. So now if we save it and go to our Insomnia, we say get reminder by ID, and we pass the ID 1. If we save it, we get ID 1. If we say, let's say ID 5, it's working perfectly. That means we are getting this ID, we're parsing it, and everything is amazing from the URL part. You could pass many different URLs. So you could have here also like ID and then name and yeah, like different names, but you would get them exactly the same, like request params and then the name of the parameter that you passed. Okay, so this is working for the ones that we need to pass the reminder. So we can copy this and do the same for the update reminder, because if we remember, for updating, we are also passing the ID, and we see that for delete, we also pass the ID. So we can pass the same thing for delete. But now, for create, it would not make any sense to pass all of that data in the URL. First of all, it's not secure at all. If we would say here, let's say like a reminder and then pass like everything embed inside the URL and then take it like this. No, very bad. So we have a way better way of doing that, and we can pass JSON format to these requests. So to achieve that, we will need to, of course, have some changes. And I talk about that change. Well, first of all, maybe let's extract this URL, and then I will say what we need to do. But actually extracting this URL is very, very easy. So in create reminders, what we would do is we would say, let's create, let's say, new variable called reminder, and we will take this reminder from request once again, but now we will not take it from URL parameters, but we would take it from the body of the response of the request. And then we would say the name of the variable that we passed. So in our case, we called it in the database, as if you remember, reminder. So if we go here and let's reload. Where's the reminders table? Yeah, here we have the reminder, and we are expecting that to be passed when creating a new reminder. So now we can simply console log this reminder, right? But let's see what will happen now if I do that. So let's say I go to create new reminder. And of course, I pass this. So we need to pass it as a body. We will pass it as a JSON body. And I'm saying, okay, so I'm passing the reminder. And the reminder would be take the dog out for a walk. I don't have a dog, but I would love to. So yes, let's see what will happen. I send it and I get an error, cannot read properties undefined of reminder. So why is that happening? Let's try to console log the whole request.body. So let's now have it like this, go back, call it, go back here and see the console log. Reminder is not defined. Oh, here, let's say request send, like, let's do like this, go back, send this request. And we can see that request body is undefined. But why is that? Well, Express doesn't parse the incoming data to JSON by default. So we need to enable that by basically passing the middleware. And the middleware, it's also, let's talk about what is middleware in general. Middleware is kind of the helper functions that help you process the requests before they reach the routes. So for example, a request comes in, we process it here, and only then we pass it to the routes. If it passes the middleware, but it can throw an error inside it, it can perform different checks, and we will even see how to create our own middleware a little bit later. But for now, we will add a new middleware that Express provides to us. And it's gonna be the app, like how do you apply it? It's simply app.use. And now we need to say which middleware to use. So we'll use one from Express, and we'll say we want to use the JSON middleware. What this does is it parses the incoming requests to JSON, which will help us to make this defined basically. And let's try to save it and try it out right now. So if I leave it like this, I can even do like this and go back here. I send the request. we can see the reminder of take the dog out for a walk. That means everything is worked, because as you can see now it parsed this body into a JSON file that Express now knows how to read and knows how to return to us, so we can use that. So if I would say, let's say, pass here also notes, let's add something like, don't forget to feed him before, and let's say I pass it, go back here, we can see that now it has a reminder and a note, and I can pass even more, like a lot of them. So okay, now what else? Let's see our guide, and maybe we'll answer some comments. Yes, here I'm explaining like how to add the middleware, what is it, and here we will go into service layer. So before that, I think we can take a short break, let's say, sip some water and check out some of the comments. Yeah, I see Daniel said it's important to stay hydrated, so I'm trying. JD, thanks for the MVC plus services. No worries, no worries. I'm trying my best. Hopefully the explanations are also clear enough. I think my backend will be much cleaner after this. hopefully. You can use a number, which will enforce to be only number, and each char will throw an error. Yes, that's also possible. Yeah. What's next? I think, Aditya also commented, great to see, awesome content. Thank you very much, Aditya. I appreciate you a lot, always supporting, always here. Yeah, very, very much. So let's go back to coding, right? So now we will be introducing the service layer. And here you can also right away see what is this service layer. I already explained it a little bit more inside like my restaurant analogy, which hopefully was good enough. But basically a service layer, it will contain all the logic of the requests. To like, yeah, I'm doubling down, but without, let's say, analogies. It will be responsible for performing the operations on the data and coordinating everything between the model and the controller. It's basically a layer in between model and controller, which is the main logical part, like where you would do calculations and stuff like that. And here I'm listing some of the responsibilities as well, like it will perform core logic, coordinate and aggregate the data with different models, so you can call different functions in a model, like get something, then update it and delete it, and yeah. So it will also interact with the third-party services or APIs and return process data to a controller. So it's a very important layer, and some of the applications skip this layer, and do, let's say, all of that logic inside a controller. I would never do that, and most of the more, let's say, modern and bigger corporations will always have the service layer, because it makes everything so much cleaner and so much structured, a lot more reusable, and it's a very good practice to learn it and always use it. So yeah, that's that. Let's see how to actually implement it and add it. So first of all, as we can see here, we need to create, actually we already created the services folder, but inside here we need to create our reminders service. So reminders service.js. Okay, and now here let's create, let's say, the functions that will be responsible for doing all the logic. So let's create, again, let's say export const, and we say reminder service, and then we do like this, and here we can like specify, define all the functions. That's the word I was looking for. Async, we will have get all reminders. So if we get here, we see, okay, we have a function to get all reminders. That means we will need to get all reminders, and it will for now not get anything. And inside here, for now, let's just leave some comments and say fetch all reminders. And for now, because we don't have yet the model which will interact with the database, let's return only an empty array. And let's continue creating for all of them. And in theory, you can just copy paste to make it faster for you. But yeah, because you asked, I will do it like this. Get reminder by ID. And actually, maybe it doesn't make sense to waste the time on this basic implementation, just definitions basically. So fetch reminder by ID. Maybe I'll just go here and copy the rest. So we'll have the create reminder, update reminder, and delete. And once we are adding some logic inside there, I will keep on writing, because here we simply basically copy what we defined here, the functions as well. So not to save some time and leave some energy, because it's already getting late for me to explain, let's say, front end as well a bit better. Let's do it this way here now. I hope it's not going to be a huge issue for you guys. So yeah, now that we have this service layer, we need to connect it with our controller layer. And now we will start adding proper structure and final structure, almost final, except for the errors of our controller functions. So all of the controller functions will have this try catch block, because we need to try to execute this function that will pass. But if it fails, controller is responsible as a waiter. Let's say if the cooking is bad, if it, I don't know, if we don't have this ingredients, the waiter is going to be the one who will come to the user and say, sorry, we cannot prepare this for you. It failed because of something. So yeah, that's why we are having this in the controller, because it's talking with the user. So first of all, we will try to actually get these reminders. So we will say const reminders, and we will be calling the reminder service. But to do that, we also, of course, need to import them. So let's do import. And then we say reminder service from here that we just created. Once again, if it autocorrects, add the JS at the end. And now we can start saying reminder service, and we want to get all of these reminders. So if you get them, if everything is good, let's return response, the status. And the status codes, we will also talk a bit more about them later, but probably you heard about like 404, 200, 500. There's different status codes to communicate what error was it. So for example, if everything is good, 200 is okay, that means everything worked out, and we'll return the status 200, and we'll return the JSON of these reminders. So that means everything worked out. But if we got an error, we will need to return the status of 500. For now, we don't know what was the error. So we will simply send 500 error, which is like a very general internal server error. So what a mouthful. So we'll say here as well, internal server error. And we will see later on how to make these a bit better. So now that we have this, we need to apply this logic for all of our routes. So let's go and do it. So here again, try catch block. We'll be trying to get parse the ID, and we'll be trying to get the reminder by ID. So we'll say not controller, reminder service dot get reminder by ID. But now we need to pass the reminder ID for our service layer to know with what ID should I call the models, should I call the database basically. So we are also passing down this ID. And then we are, if everything is good, we're returning just the same, only changing what we return, which is reminder and not like all reminders. But the error for now will be exactly the same. We can remove this. Basically, if it didn't work, just call it with internal service error. Let's do the same for create reminder. And in here, we will need to get the body request. But now it would be a bit how to say, redundant to do it like this, notes, and say, okay, give me notes. It's not a very good practice. It's not, let's say, maybe horrible, but there's a lot easier way. And also we would not be extracting in this layer because we're trying to keep it very clean. So what we would do is we would again call const reminder, and then we will say reminder service, create reminder, and we would pass all of these, all of that like JSON body, which is request / body, and it will contain all of the data from the user, like a reminder, a user ID, and notes, and we pass it to create reminder. And then create reminder, we will define the logic how to handle this. So now, if everything worked, we'll return 200. If something failed, we'll return 500, and we delete the rest there. So now it's actually, these two are very similar to update. So let's add this try catch block. Let's try to parse the ID, and let's try to call const reminder, and we will be calling the reminder service dot, and it's update reminder, and we will be passing the reminder ID. And for this is going to be a little bit different because update reminder, well, we need to know which object are we trying to update. So we need reminder ID, but we will also need to ask the user basically for him to pass us the updates that he wants to do. So if you are updating the reminder itself, let me know what text should I change it to. If you're updating the notes, let me know to what you want to change it to. So what we will do is we will also pass the request body, the same as in the create reminder, because here he's passing his initial basically reminder data, but here we're passing already the updated. So if we go to Insomnia and to update reminder, we would also have exactly like this. So reminder, and then something like new reminder. And then in that, oh, we don't need this. In that JSON, we would get this reminder, and if pass it to the update reminder service. So if everything is good, return this. If something went wrong, return this. And lastly, for the deletion, it's try catch, and then having this here, and then lastly calling the const reminder and calling reminder service, and where's delete reminder with the reminder ID of this. Okay, like this and like this. Yeah, I'm actually not very clean with keeping these here, so it's not an error. It really depends on what your team is, which pattern your team is following. You might not be adding these. You might be adding these. These do not change your code logic in any way. So yeah, it's really up to the teams. And we can also remove this one. So now that we have our controller basically almost completely done, we will change the errors. We can continue and check out what we are doing next. So we updated all the functions in the controller. Yes, we talk a bit about here. Now controllers don't have any logic and don't handle any logic. They only call services. So now it's time to introduce the model layer. And the model layer, as I talked in my analogy, it's kind of like an ingredient, like a product. It represents the data layer. It is responsible only to interact with the database. Basically, it only runs the queries to store, update, retrieve, or whatever. Here is the place where we will define our raw SQL queries. And as you can see, the responsibilities would be to interact with the database. And this provides a layer of abstraction, which is basically what it says, I only know how to interact with the database. Don't give me anything else. You call me, I give you like the result back. That's it. So this way we can reuse them very easily. So for example, maybe even in user control, user service, I would need to get somehow like for some reason his one of the reminders. So I could call this find by ID or even get all from the user service, and or even in the reminder service I can call multiple of them. So for example, maybe I need to get one reminder by ID, and then maybe I need to check if it exists. That's actually what we will do. And then maybe I need to delete that reminder. So yeah, this is what the model layer is responsible for. So let's do all of that. So let's go back to our code, and inside the models, we need to create a new model, which is going to be called reminder model.js. So this reminder model, we can start defining the queries itself. So let's first of all import the database, because as I said, here is where we will talk with the database. So we'll say config database and JS, very important. Then we will say export const, and we'll say reminder model, and it's gonna be like this. So here now inside we can specify all of the functions. So first of all, it's going to be get all, and in here we don't need to pass anything. It's simply gonna call the database and return it. So first of all, we will say we will store the result in this variable, and we are calling the database. So db dot, we're passing this query to the database, and now we need to specify what query. So first of all, we will say we want to select everything, all the fields basically, the reminder, the nodes, the user ID, everything from which table. So we have two. Basically, you could either specify reminders or user, or if you have created more tables, you will tell here, pass the name of the table. So basically what you have here. Okay, we say take all from reminders, and that's it. We only need to get all by reminders, but we also want to order them. So basically to return them in order by how recent they were created. So we want the most recent reminders to be at the top. Maybe you want a different order. That's also totally fine. But for us, that's what we want. So we would say return ordered by created at in the descending order. So now this will this will be the query, SQL query, and we would simply return. We would call this database. We will try to get all of this, and we would simply return all of the rows from this result. So no. So from this result, we'll return all of the rows, because this will always return an array for us. In this case, we want an array. Later on, we'll see what to do if we want only one object. So now, if we try to do get all, we will not get anything, just because we still didn't connect it to our services. But soon we will do it. We still need to define some more functions. So one of them is going to be find by ID. And in here, it's going to be a bit different, because we are actually going to get the ID, because we want to know on which ID do we need to do the query. But the rest is going to be very similar. So it's going to be result. We'll say db.query. And here, once again, we will follow a very similar pattern. We will select all fields. You could specify here, let's say, what field does reminder have, like only the reminder node. So we could say reminder and nodes. And then you would follow something like from. But for us, we need to return all of the fields. So from reminders table, actually here, I forgot, I removed it because I already see we need to get all from reminders table. So yeah, here we select all from reminders table, but we need to get only where this ID, like we give the name of this field. So we say where the ID of that field is equal to this weird syntax. To basically, we're saying to the value at position 1. But now we need to also somehow pass this value. In theory, you could have added in here something like this, of course, by changing this, but it's very insecure because of SQL injections. So this, it makes it a bit more secure. And how we would pass the values, we would simply say here. So the value at position 1. Later on, now actually, when we will be showing the create one, you'll see how we can pass more fields, more values. So now just simply return not const, but return result.rows. But as I said, we are returning again an array. But in this case, we should expect one object, not an array of objects. So we would simply take what we're saying here, take the first object from rows array. So why it's not 1? It's because that's basically how programming works, and we count everything from 0, not from 1. So 0 means at position 1, 1 means at position 2, and so on. So start counting from 0 if you're total beginners. Start getting used to that. That's what I was looking for. Okay, now let's do for create. So we create once again a create function, and in here we will once again say const result equals db.query, and we will specify select. Actually not select, because now we're inserting, now we're creating, adding new data. So this is going to be a bit longer, and for that, let's make it structured, let's say, a bit better. But maybe let's write first of all in one line, and then I will structure it. So what we will say, we're inserting now, not selecting, in. So now we need to specify, instead of from, we will need to say into which table. So we are inserting into reminders table. And now we will say what values are we inserting, basically. So we specified the values like this. It's going to be reminder, just as we have, where is it? In here, reminder, notes, and we can also pass in here the user ID, which we actually need to do. So reminder, notes, and then the last one is, as I said, user ID. And the names here, once again, you can get they should match what you see here at the top. So now that we define these, what we basically need to insert, we can also specify the values itself. So it's gonna be similar to kind of this, but a bit different. Now we say, okay, so insert values. So this value is going to be at position 1, and then the notes will be at position 2, and then the last one will be at position 3. And after you do all this query, please please return me everything. Here you could also specify, as I showed you here, what to return, but we need to return everything. So now, how do I pass the values in here? Well, it's following a kind of similar, actually exactly the same pattern as here. So we give comma, we open an array, and now it's the order is going to be very important. Actually, first of all, we didn't even get these. So we can destructure them by saying, give me a reminder, because if you remember, in our insomnia, when we're creating, we will pass the reminder, the notes, and stuff like that, which are going to be required. So yeah, we are passing the reminder, the notes, and lastly, we will pass the user ID. And as I said, the order in which you pass here the values is very important, because if we say here, let's say notes, reminder, and then user ID, and actually I think it kind of makes sense right away to make it a little bit cleaner. And to do that, I will need to change it to this. And also, okay, so insert into reminders with these values, and then return me. This looks a lot cleaner, so it's a good thing always. So yeah, what are we doing now is we're saying notes, because we said here that the reminder will be at position 1. So now it means that notes will be applied to reminder. That's why the position in which you pass here, the fields, is very important. So we actually meant that the reminder should be at position 1, just as here. The notes will be at position 2, so let's do like this. And the user ID will be at position 3. So we are passing here the user ID. And yeah, that's how you insert something. But now that you insert it, we also need to return the item that we just inserted. So we'll say return result dot rows at position 0, just as we had here. And lastly is the delete. So it's gonna be async delete, and we'll have here, again, we're only gonna be asking for reminder ID, and I already see the issue, async reminder ID, and in here we'll be specifying once again our query. So we'll say await. Actually, I didn't add it here as I see anywhere await, and it's very important to add that. So because we need to await until we get the result and only then return. Maybe someone even commented this. Maybe let me check. Nope, no one. Mohammed following from Dubai. Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. So yeah, this is very important, to this little keyword, to await, or in other ways, to just wait until this query is executed and only then return. So we need to do that for all of them. Await. We would have spotted this issue later on, but yeah, I've seen it here. So now we say the B query, and let's define, I think it's not the last one because I skipped update, I think. So, but the delete will be something similar, but with a different keyword. So we will say delete from, once again, now we say from which table do we need to delete it. From reminders, whoopsie, and then we will need to say where ID equals, it's like updating, 1. Once again, when you are just starting out, you can try to write these queries with the help of ChatGPT. Just ask what kind of query would you like to build, and it will return you like all of this. You can even join the tables to like return different things. So it's it can help you very much. But now once we delete, we simply want to, because now we deleted this item, we simply want to return the result and the row count of the deleted items, basically how many were deleted. Okay, and yeah, I skipped the update, so we'll say async update. And now we will be, again, once updating, we need to get the update values. But this is going to be a bit different because we are going to be patching. So I'm not sure how to show you. So for now, maybe let's leave update implement later, because it's going to be the only one that's kind of different in a way that we will not specify the query here. And I'll show you later why is that. But yeah, now that we have all of these created, let's see what we need to do. And yeah, here you see how it's gonna look like, but I will not add it yet. I will explain to you a bit later. So now we can add these models and start using them in our service layer. And to do that, actually, let's do that. Let's do that, yes. So if we go back to our service layer here, we can import the model in here, which is go import, yes, reminder model, and also don't forget to add .js. And now let's start using them. Well, first of all, the first one is going to be very easy. We don't need to pass anything. We don't need to do anything. It's simply return reminder model, get all, and we get all of these reminders and return them right away. For reminder get with ID, it's a bit different, because if you remember from the controllers, when we're getting by ID, we're passing this reminder ID. So if we go to the service, we can get this reminder ID from here that we received. And now we will say, okay, so I will assign this reminder and I will await. Again, it's very important to wait for the response. And I will call reminder model, find by ID, and I will pass the ID. So I will pass this reminder ID to the model. So if I go to find by ID, we can see that it is expecting the ID, and that's how we will find. So let's go back to the service. And if now we need to check if there's any errors. So if for some reason this reminder is not returned, that means something was wrong. Something did not work out. So what we will do is we will throw new error, and we need to specify what is this error. So for example, a reminder not found, because we, let's say, did not found the reminder, something is bad, and we will throw the error. But if we found the reminder, we will simply return it, and yeah, and we will return it. Now soon with the creation, after we implemented this, we will see everything in action with Insomnia. So now, after getting it by ID, it's time for implementing the creation of the reminder. So if you remember from the controller, we are passing the whole body to create reminder. So in here, we can get this object of reminder. We could either destructure everything inside here and take all the values one by one, or you can have something like const, and in here specify what we are receiving. So if you remember, we're expecting the reminder, the notes, and also the user ID. The same if you go here, the create expecting reminder, notes, and user ID. So actually, yeah, here I showed you how to destructure them inside the when we're receiving. Here I will show you maybe then a different approach, how you could do it. So, and actually I'm doing that right away. So doing this way. And what this does is basically, instead of having const reminder and then equals new reminder dot remind, so it would be even wrong, maybe something reminder object. So it's, and then you would have something like this for notes, and here notes, and then the same for user ID. It requires 3 lines of code. That would be, imagine if you have like a huge form of 10 inputs. Getting all of them like this is it would be a nightmare. So what we're doing is, instead of assigning them each to a new variable, or of course you can have it in here and pass it just like this as well to a function without assigning to a new variable. So for example, if let's say we call, what function do we, yeah, create. So we say we create this const created reminder, and we need to call the reminder model dot create. So you could pass them like this one by one, and then reminder dot notes, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's very long. So we can destructure all of them outside. So what we're saying here, from this reminder object, take out these values. So it's very important to have this curly brackets around here. And now we can use them right away without doing them like new reminder, new reminder notes, and repeat ourselves. We can simply say reminder, notes, and then lastly, user ID. So it right away knows like, okay, I'm taking these values here and I'm passing them. So it saves us a little bit of time. Yeah. So I highly suggest you doing that. In theory, you can also, as we did inside the model, do them right away in here. You don't even need to have this line of code. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but just know that do not do new reminder, new reminder notes, new reminder user ID. Choose either this one or the one where we destructure right away inside the function. Okay, so now that we are calling this, we need to return it here, but also, as I told this, and I want to show you as an example, this service layer can have a lot of different things. Like you can clean your inputs, you can do a lot of different calculations. So just to be a little bit, show a bit more of an example, I'll do, let's say, it's common to sanitize the input form. So for example, let's call const sanitized reminder. And what does it mean is we're cleaning up the user input. So for example, the reminder, user can pass us like something like this, space, 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 hello, space, 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 and maybe we don't want that. We can very easily sanitize this and clean it up. We will say if the reminder is passed, just trim it. And trim means clean the empty spaces before and after. Let's do the same for notes. Maybe we don't want to have like that many spaces at the start and at the front. It just doesn't make much sense for us in our case, let's say. So we'll say .trim. And this question mark means if it exists, kind of. So if it would be null and we would call trim on null, it would crash. But now this prevents from crashing. And lastly, for user ID, I think for user ID, we are simply passing it as it is, like that. So now instead of passing them like this, we can pass them as sanitized, basically cleaned up versions. So yeah, this is not necessary. I just wanted to show you that you can do a lot of things in the service layer. You can have a lot of different logic. You can have here running like, I don't know, huge for loops and stuff. This is where it would happen. So yes, if everything is good here, we are returning the reminder. We can also have like this error handler here saying that if create reminder does not exist, something like something crashed. In this case, actually, our controller, if something would crash, still catch it. So we don't really need this check here, and here we need it because if the reminder was not found, we need to be clear with our error. But here, when you're creating a new one, it cannot be not found because it should be not there yet, if you know what I mean. Okay, so for updates, are we... Yeah, probably... Let me actually, first of all, showcase you how we create, get them by ID, and then get all of them. And then maybe I can show you the update because that's going to be the most complicated one. So if we go back to our Insomnia, first of all, if we try to get all reminders, let's check that we are not returning anything. So we're returning only an empty JSON. So if you remember, we changed it in the controller layer, and now we're returning a JSON. It's no longer, we're no longer returning the response.send and here like some HTML code. We are right now returning a JSON of the reminder. But because we don't have any reminders, it's empty now. So now let's create a new reminder. So we will add reminder, take the dog out for a walk, note the same one, and let's check the ID of the user. So the ID is 1. So we also need to pass the user ID. And for now, we don't validate this data in any way, but later on we will add. So for example, for now, if I would not provide something, it would not crash. It would crash, but in a, let's say, database layer, model layer. So now if I say send, we are not receiving, oh, yes, we should post, that's good. If I go to reminders, we can see that the reminder was created, and we can see that the data is exactly the same. So we are, reminders take the dog for a walk. The note is don't forget to feed before, it's not completed. The user is with an ID 1 and it was created. So now if I would go to get all reminders and send this request, for some reason it's not working. So let's see what's bad here. So if I say get all reminders, reminder service, get all reminders, and now get all, select everything from reminders, order by, created at descending. Okay, let's console log the result here. Console log result, and let's see why is it. Probably I'm missing something. Oh yeah, let's do rows. Okay, let's see. It actually, it has it in here. I return it Okay, so in the service layer, okay, maybe, where is it? And it is in, in service layer. Okay, so yeah, I already, no, actually I don't see the error because we should be returning all. So now if we go to controller, let's see here, if we get console.log, and let's see if we get those reminders. Probably it's, oh yeah, here. It's a promise, but we are, uno segundo. So yeah, probably I'm missing something like crazy small. Okay, so is it, yeah, let me check the controllers real quick. Yeah, I already see the issue, and it's right basically saying me here. We're, even though we are calling here like a reminder, we're not awaiting for the response. So we need to wait until we get a response. So this is a very important thing. And only after we get it, we will return it. So add it for all of it, await. And that's why we also, when creating, did not receive it. So sorry for missing that. So go to reminder controller, and for every part where we call our service layer, add an await before it. So for example, now let's test it out. If we go to our Insomnia, and if we go to create new reminder, and let's say buy milk, and hello for user one. If we create it, yeah, we are also receiving it back. So that was my first hint, because I was a bit also confused why didn't I receive it. But now if I go to get all reminders, I will get all of my reminders. And even so, for example, now I can say, okay, I have reminder with ID 1 and with ID 2. So if I go to get reminder by ID and say, give me with ID 2, it will return me a reminder with ID 2. If I say with ID 1, it's a first one. But if I say with ID that does not exist, it will throw me an internal server error, but we will handle it a little bit later properly. So, okay, so what's next? So now we need to see how to update it. And actually, update one is going to be the most complicated, because we need to get, basically, okay, we need to allow a person to pass only certain fields. So for example, if the user is updating only notes field, it should update only notes, and do not touch the user ID or completed, or even the reminder itself. Or if user, let's say, completes a task, so we need to update only the completed field. We don't need to update the notes or the reminder fields. That's why in here, and I do not specify too much, but in here, that's why we are building this SQL dynamically, basically. So we're taking all the fields from object keys with new values, and keys will, so maybe actually let's try to write it, and then I will console log it. It will be a lot more easier for me to explain it well. So now for the update reminders, we can go to the service layer, and in here start implementing it. So the first thing that we will need to do is, once again, get all these values. So I would say here const, and the values that I can get are like the reminder, the notes, and I think it's also completed, nothing else. I cannot update the user ID and nothing else. So only these three values, and I will get them from the new values. And later on, we will see how can we define the schema of what we should allow to pass and what is required, what's not required. We'll see it very soon. So now that we get like these values, we need to, according to them, build our SQL query dynamically. So first of all, we will say const, and we will take all the fields, and we will say object dot keys. And let me first of all write it, and then I will show you. So new values. If I console log this fields, actually it should have been. Let's save it, and let's go to update reminder and pass, let's say a new reminder. So if I pass it here, and go check it out. The fields are basically these. So I'm saying the reminder, notes, and completed. I'm taking the key and putting them as a name. So for example, let's try to pass the notes as well. Notes, and saying here, updating note. Yeah, I made a mistake, but it's not a problem. Actually, I'm getting some sort of updating note. Okay. Let's make it the same. Let's try to send it. Yes, it fixed it. So now if I go here, I say, okay, so the keys are reminder and note. So this is a key. Basically, the name of this will be a key. Basically here, this is a key. Here is also a key. Okay, so now that we have these keys, we need a way to get also the values, not the keys anymore, of this object. So what we will do here is, first of all, we will call const and say values equals object dot values, and we will pass the object of the values that we want to take. So, and maybe also actually let's do it like this. After this one and after this, let's console log, but here fields. So now if we go and call this and go back, we can see that, okay, the key is the reminder and the notes, but the values are the new reminder and updating notes. So actually the values are this part. And basically what this object dot does is it takes the object and makes it into, transforms it into an array with either like keys or values. So now that we have these, we need a way to create a set clause, and a set clause is basically when you're updating, you need to say, okay, so actually I think I have an example. Yes, we're saying update reminders, and we need to explain what needs to be updated, like what needs to be set. So to do that, we can go back to our code and to reminder, to the service, and we need to create the set clause. So to do that, let's say here const and say, let's call it set clause equals, and we will say fields dot map. So we're mapping through all the fields that we passed. So it depends on how many you passed. Maybe it's only reminder, so only one, or maybe it's reminder notes, or maybe it's only completed, but it will map through all of them. And mapping, it's kind of like a for loop, a bit different, but it's mapping through all of these items, taking first, second, third, and doing something with it, transforming it. So what we'll do is we will take the key, so the name, like reminder, note, or which is gonna be here. And then we will take the index and at which position we are in this. So this will be at position 0, this is at position 1, and this is at position 2. So this is gonna reflect that. And we will transform, as I said, in this map. So we need to open this like under escape quote, and we will need to say, okay, this is where I'm gonna pass the, not a string, because if I would simply say here key, it will act as a string, but we need to say that we're passing a JavaScript expression. So we're taking this key, so it's gonna be a reminder. And then what we need to do is we need to say equal. And do you remember how we, in the models, how we did like where ID, which is the key that we're trying to do, and we need to pass the position of it. So where the position is 1, or even here a position is 2, 3, and it can be 4, 5, 6, 7. So what we're saying here is, if you remember, this is we need it in a string because this is how it's done here. And then we need to open the JavaScript expression. So this is no longer a string, this second $sign. And in here we will say where the index and +1, because if you remember, I said like it starts counting from 0, but here we need to start showing from like a normal person, 1, 2, 3. So now we created this set clause, and why this set? So we can console log it, and actually I will explain you why is it important to do it this way. So if we go to Insomnia, let's call it once again, open it up, and we can see that this is the keys, this is the values, and this is the actual set clause. So we're saying, okay, literally exactly like here, we're saying where ID is at position 1, but here we're saying where reminder is at position 1 and it notes at position 2. Because we don't have the user, we did not add here. And you kind of already can guess why we do this thing, because user can pass only one thing, only two things, or all of them, and we need to dynamically know build this set clause. Because if we would add there, let's say set and pass them all by one, so let's actually build this query and then I will show you. So const query equals, and then we open this query, and then we'll say, so in this case, we're updating the reminders table, and here we will be passing this set clause. And here we want to pass this set clause. And again, we want to specify the JavaScript expression inside it. So this is the syntax for that. We're saying set clause, and we want to also, because now it's an array, we want to transform from this array into a string. So we would set clause and join every item inside an array with a comma. So I can actually even console it for you to see. So we would say set clause and join all of the strings inside this array, which is in this case this one. So this is first item, this is second item. Join these items by a comma. So if I save it, send it, go back here, we can see that now it's a string and they're joined by a comma. I could say join them by this, but of course it's not going to work for us because yeah, and you can see it's joined like this, but it's not going to work for us because this is what SQL is expecting, to be separated by a comma, or let's say here like this. Okay, so now that we have it like that, so we're setting set clause, and we want to specify which object to update. So what we will say, and to which values to update, we will say where, first of all, and I actually forgot to add one more thing, because here we will say where ID. So we are saying which object to update, and we will say where ID equals, and we could either again inject it in here like this, say like the ID, reminder ID, but it's not secure. It's prone to SQL injections. So that's why we will do a little bit different. And after we add all of these values, basically to the values that we will pass, so a reminder text like this, this new reminder update note. At the end of it, we also want, at the end of this array, we also want to add the ID of the reminder. So let's quickly run it again and see how it looks now. So now this looks, actually values, I'm not console logging here. No, wait, let me clean it up. Here, we don't need anymore. Set clause, we don't need anymore to see fields for now like this. So values push, and then we are adding the reminder ID. Okay, let's save it. Let's send it. Let's go back. Okay, so now we see that the values are new reminder, the same as we passed here, then updating note, and the last one, because push adds it to the end of the array, is going to be the reminder array, the reminder ID from here. So for example, if I add 2 here and go back, it's gonna be 2. Okay, so now we will say, so the ID of the object that we want to update is, again, this little syntax, but now we also say that, okay, now this is going to be an expression. It's going to be, you could either do values and at position values dot length. So it's taking like from the array of values, so from 1, 2, 3, we would say, and because the length of this is 3, so actually let me console.log. Yeah, this I hope is not overcomplicating things to you, but we need that. So if you console log, you see that the length is 3, and we are saying that give me the values at position length 3. But let's see what will happen if we do that. So I console log, I do here, and it's undefined. Why? Well, because here the length is actually 3, but if you remember, we are starting to count from 0. So you would need to add -1. So now if you do this, it will be the ID of 2. But there's an easier way to do it. So what you could do, and that's also another helper, we could say simply where values dot. So actually, let me first of all maybe even console log it. It would be easier. Length. So if I do values dot length and I console it log, yeah, it's gonna be 3, but I think it should work. So basically what I want to do is take the last item of the array. So let's leave it for now with this approach, but later on we will check it out. I think it will work. -1. So now we're taking the last item, and this is going to be the last item. We always know it's going to be the reminder ID. So where ID is this, and then don't forget that returning, we will return everything there. So now we have actually built query. So now let's console, maybe even log it, a dynamic query that will change based on the input that we pass. So now the query is update reminders, set the reminder at position 1, notes at position 2, and we know that the values, so we actually also need to console log the values, but the values would be that at position 1 we would have a reminder, and at position 2 we will have notes. So now if we, let's say, pass only notes, only reminder, if we go back, we are seeing that, okay, so set reminder, which is at position 1, and yeah, the values at position 1 is a new reminder, and the same like basically as we say here. So it's taking the new reminder. Yeah, so it's a little bit more complicated than the rest, and I hope I managed to I hope I managed to really explain it well, because it's gonna be the most complicated one. But now that we have this query and these values that we want to add, so let's remove all of these console logs that we will no longer need. We can pass, so basically let's do const, and then we will say updated reminder, not update, but updated reminder equals, and we will say await, very important not to forget, reminder model, and here we will say update. But now to this update, we will pass the query that we've built here, and also we will pass the values that we built. In theory, you could build this query inside the model, and it would be probably like still good way of doing it, but I wanted to keep the models like very, very low level, no logic. So it really depends on the team where you would do this, building this query. Yeah, neither one of these choices would be a bad one. In the model or in the service. In the controller, that would be bad. So, okay, we are doing updated reminder, and now we're saying if we are not receiving an updated reminder, we will throw a new error. So we basically throw new error, error, and it will be saying reminder not found, because probably we did not found the reminder that you are asking me to update. But if we found this reminder, we will simply return the updated reminder. Now that we're done with this, we can go inside our model of update and implement this model. As I said, we're skipping it now, but it's gonna be very easy right now, because we're taking the query and the values as we're passing here, query values, and we simply need to call the database. So basically say const result it will be again await db, and then we'll say we'll do query, and then the query will be very simple. The query that we pass here, so basically the one that we've built here, and the values as we were passing them in here as a second parameter. The values is also gonna be an array of these values, which is what we need. So if we go here, here, we are gonna pass the values here. And now, last thing to do is return the result and the rows at position 1. So now if the update is done, we will return it. So now we can try updating it. So for example, let's try to get all reminders. The first one is buy milk and the note is hello. So if I go to update reminder for 2, let's say the notes is don't forget eggs. So if I update it, I already get the second one where the reminder stays with like milk and the notes is don't forget eggs. Now I can update also the reminder itself, saying buy cheese, and it will not update other values, because if we would have not created the set clause, if I pass only the reminders, it will set everything else as null. Because I'm not passing notes, it would set notes as null. Completed, it would set as null. So it's very bad way of, it would be a bad way of doing it. And maybe if we have some time, I will showcase, but probably will not have time for that anymore because we're, whoa, quite a long time in. Okay, so now that we have this this update service done, the last service that we need to implement is actually the deleting service. And do we have the controller for delete? Yes. So this is also going to be a little bit different because what we need to do here is we need to check for a few cases. First of all, we need to check if the user that is trying to delete is actually the one that created this reminder. If not, we should not allow him to delete. Second thing is we need to check if the reminder that we're trying to delete actually exists, and if the reminder, like the deletion, was successful. So first of all, because we right now don't have any kind of authentication, we don't know the ID of the logged in user or of the user that is trying to do the request. So right now we will simulate it by saying authenticated user ID, and we will pass the ID of authenticated user, let's say that is right now. So first of all, that we need to do is we will check if the reminder is actually exists that we're trying to delete. So first of all, we will call reminder, and now if you remember, I told you that why are we separating all of these in separate, like in a model? It's because now we can reuse everything. So for example, now I can say reminder model and give me this reminder with this ID. I could call a lot more functions, like other model functions in here, and it makes everything a lot cleaner, let's say, and more scalable, because I could say, okay, then let's, if we were trying to delete, but it failed, let's update it, maybe some field that say that, okay, this user, I don't know, like it's up to the, up to your client how he wants to handle. But what I'm trying to say, you can call a lot of different models inside these services. So now that we got this reminder, what we need to check is, first of all, if the reminder exists. So we're saying if it doesn't exist, so this exclamation mark says that if the reminder was not found, if it's not here, then we will throw an error. So we'll say throw new error, and then the error will be something like you are not authorized. Okay. If the, oh no, this is not, reminder not found. Yeah, so if the reminder is not here, that means the reminder was not found based on this ID. Okay, let's move forward. Now, if it managed to find this reminder, we need to check that this reminder and the user ID. So basically, if we go to our console, if this user ID, so it's very important to have this exact same name. If user ID is not equal to the authenticated user, basically the one who's trying to do this request, then we would say, again, throw a new error. And here we would say, you are not authorized, or something like this. Okay, but if the user ID matches this authenticated user ID, that means we can allow him to remove it. So we would call, like, as always, const. Maybe let's call it now row count, because now we'll be receiving the number of rows deleted. So it's a more appropriate name. So we'll say await, and then reminder model delete. And then if we go to this delete, we can see that it's expecting the reminder ID. So we can say here, let's pass this reminder ID to our model. And now that we pass this ID, we can check, like, another last check. If this row count is equal to 0, basically it did not delete any reminders, we can throw yet another error saying that something failed, like failed to delete a reminder. Maybe, yeah, we don't know why. Maybe the ID was not found of this reminder, or something different failed. Otherwise, we will say reminder deleted successfully. So now I think we are completely done with our reminders service as well. Let's check out the guide. So yeah, we're completely done here. So now what's left for us is to learn, well, probably take a break and check out what's happening. Ooh, okay. Hi. React Native, me, I went in art and tried Node Media Client, but not work. PC theme creator, not sure, like, we would need to kind of check out the exact errors, and it would be a bit difficult to do now. A fast time watching your video, you can help me React Native snap carousel. Snap carousels, right now it would be kind of difficult to explain, but how to do them, but maybe we'll add them to one of our tutorials in the future, and you can check it out. But you can check also ChatGPT, maybe ask how to do it, and they will definitely give you a good example. Oh yeah, the carousel. Yeah, right now it's gonna be kind of tough to show it out. I'm really sorry, but yeah, ChatGPT can definitely show, and I will try to actually improve it, not improve it, but add it to next tutorial. So now we can go to the task board and check out the input validation and error handling. This is okay. It looks like it's a lot, but it's not gonna be a lot. Maybe we'll do it a little bit faster. And so yeah, when building APIs, input validation and actual correct error handling is very important, because as I say here, it ensures data integrity, it provides clear, user-friendly error messages, and that's what we will try to do. Well, first of all, we will start with input validation. And it is important because when the user is trying to make a request, but let's say he sends an invalid data, that might break our application. And that's a very bad thing, because we want to make it so that our application functions as good as possible and without no breaking, without anything. So what is our goal? Is to ensure that only the valid data that matches our schemas actually enters the system. For that, we will implement input validation. and we will use, as I mentioned, Zod. So you can go to their documentation and check it out, but I will briefly like showcase you the most important part. Well, first of all, it's very important to install it. So let's open once again our terminal. We can stop the server for now, run npm install Zod. You will see in here that it is added. Now we can rerun the server and check out what's next. Well, first of all, we will need to create the schemas and define them, like add data types, constraints, and to ensure, like basically tell our application what is an actually valid schema and what we should expect. So for that, let's go to our source and create one more folder called schemas. In here, let's create a new reminder schema.js. And in here, let's define these schemas. So first of all, you can just copy this one. And yeah, I will actually even go through it here. So what we're saying here is that the reminder schema object should have an ID of number. It will have also a reminder, which is going to be a string with at least one character and a maximum of 255 characters. Yeah, I'm adding these constraints just to showcase you like different examples, but you can check out like Zod documentation and do them differently. We will have also a string of notes, which is going to be an optional. So if it's not provided, it should this basically Zod should not throw an error. We'll also have a completed Boolean, which is also an optional one. And if it is not here, it should default to false, basically, because yeah, that's it just created. It should be false. Then it's very important to have a user ID, which is going to be a number. And lastly, it's going to have a created add field, which is going to be a string and formatted as a date time. So let's copy this and just paste it inside our schema. Let's save it, but for now, it's not yet done because we need to define different. This is our main basically object schema that we have in our database for these reminders. And here I said, yeah, no. So for these reminders, so it has an ID, reminder, notes, all of these fields basically. But now we need to define separate schemas for when we're trying to create and when we're trying to update. So for creating, we need to have like basically all of these fields except, so what we're doing here, we're taking this reminder schema, the same as here, basically referencing this, and we're omitting the values like ID. So when we're creating, we don't need to pass the ID, we will create it ourselves. Completed is also, you shouldn't pass it because it's also gonna be always false by default. And then created at, it's also don't pass it because we will create it by ourselves, basically the current date time. So we're going to go back to our schema and paste this schema for create reminder schema. Now for the update, it's once again going to be very different. Even though like let's say the reminder itself is here required when creating, when updating, it should be optional. So you don't really need to pass it. So also notes, you can pass null for notes if you're trying to, let's say, remove your note. So it can be nullable and also optional. But when you're creating a note, you cannot pass just null. So yeah, that's that. And lastly, the completed is Boolean and it's also optional. So if we go here, we define it and now we have different schemas for updating and creating. So if you go again to Zod, you can find different how to say functions maybe and yeah, read about it. There's a lot of different validations like it, but mainly this is the ones that you will use a lot. And you can also ask for ChatGPT, once again, use AI when developing, to build you a schema with Zod. For example, just say, I will have reminders, notes, the reminder should be required, it should have that and that length, the you completed will be optional, it's gonna be true or false or yes or no, and it will build you like this and you can use it. So don't forget to use AI. Okay, now that we define these schemas, we need to create the middleware. And as I talked already about middlewares, that will validate these schemas. Basically, we will create a validation middleware. And to do that, we are gonna create, once again, a new folder called middlewares. And inside it, let's create a new middle, and let me check how it should be called in order to have the same. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be called validation middleware. And let's keep it, nope, JS. So this validation middleware will have this piece of code. It looks a little bit intimidating. Let's first of all just paste it in our validation middleware, but I will go through it. It's not that difficult. So even here I'm explaining what it does. So first of all, this middleware will receive in here the request, response, and next, like any Express middleware. We were always gonna pass this request, response, and next to it. This middleware will try to call the schema that we passed and parse it with the request body. So basically with the schema that we defined are here basically, and we will try to compare it, to put it in a simple ways, with the request body, which is basically means with the input that user is providing, that user is sending us. It will try to compare with it, and if everything is good, it will call the next function, which means proceed to the next middleware or route handler. If it was not correct, however, we will go into a catch block. That means somewhere we had an error. And this catch block is not that difficult also to understand. First of all, we're checking if the error is a Zod error, basically from the library that we installed, and we, as you see, we here import it at the top. So if the library is a Zod error, it means the request body did not match the schema that we were expecting. So that means that we will try to build this error message in a human readable way. So we're looping through the error that we received. We're combining this message with different issues. So here it might say reminders is required or something like this. And then we're returning the error with status 400 and saying that the data was invalid. But if it was not a Zod error, that means something else failed. I'm not sure what failed, and then I will return simply error status 500 and say that it was an internal server error. So yeah, as easy as that. Now, to apply this validation middleware, it's not that difficult either. So what we can do, remember this function. Actually, let's maybe close out a little bit of the things because we have a lot of them. So the first thing it needs to enter is going to be the routes. And we need to say, okay, so which routes are we adding this middleware? Well, first of all, let's import the function that I just called, validate data, I think I called it. Validate data. So yeah, I need this function and I need to import it from, it's going to be from middlewares / validation middleware. So what we will do when we're calling the create, before calling this function, we will add a validate data, and we also need to, if you remember, pass the schema to this validate data function. So if you remember as well, we created already these schemas. So what we can do here is say import, and then we will import the name of the schema. So in we are create reminder schema, we need the create schema, and we will say import it from, and let's do schemas / reminder schema. And now we'll say, okay, so validate data with this schema, and if it's correct, because we're calling here next from Express, we will go next into and call this function. Otherwise, if it catches an error here that the schema does not match, it will throw an error. We need to do the same for the update. So let's do that, validate data. But if you remember, we created a different schema for updating because not all fields are required. So we will pass here the update reminder schema, but also we need to validate the data before doing anything else. So as simple as that, we are applying these validations. So here, yeah, I'm saying what I adjusted and what I'm doing. And now if I go, so let's, let me think, how is it better? Okay, let me show you the, let's say when creating, because reminder is required. If I don't send the reminder, it will say invalid data error. And the detail now is saying, okay, message reminder is required. Okay, that's very good. Like if I don't pass the the notes and try to call it and create it, it's gonna work. It's not gonna have any notes and completed is false, but it's working. If I, for example, don't pass the ID and try to create it, it's gonna say that the user ID is also required. So yeah, that's how it's working. It's validating. If it's good, it will go to the controller. If it's bad, it will stop. So here, for example, all of the fields are optional. So in theory, it will, what the thing is checking for is, for example, if I pass some, the thing is checking for, because the reminder must have at least one character. So for example, if I have it like this, it will still say that the reminder should be longer. But if I pass at least one character and then send the update, it will update the reminder to like what I want it to. So this is automatically helping us to like do so many things, like catch so many errors. And you could in theory even have here for the user ID to check it with the user ID that it would match at least one user ID in the user table. I will not show you right now because we're like a bit short on time, but just make sure that check out ChatGPT and ask to show an example like that, and you will see it, and it's gonna be amazing. It helps us a lot. But now let's see, okay, past all this as well, let's see how can we create custom errors, because right now we're using throw new error, just like you have, let's say in here, and no, not schemas, but in service, we're throwing new error and saying some sort of an error. Well, it has a few issues. Well, first of all, and the main one for us is that we cannot send a status code in a clean way. So for example, we cannot say that it was internal error for 400 or invalid data, 500 or invalid data 400, or it was not found 404. You could do it with this error, but it would not be one-liner. It would be a long here, like at least 3 lines, I think, and repeating that would be also a nightmare all the time. So we will create a custom error class for that. And to do that, simply inside the source, let's create our last folder called utils. And in here, we can add error message.js. I think I call it like this. Oh no, create custom error. Sorry, my bad. Custom error.js. And in here, simply pass this code here. So what this code does is we are creating a constructor, our own class, which will extend the error class that we already have here, which is defined already, but we will change it a little bit. Well, first of all, we will call the parent class, which is this one, with the error message. So basically, we're passing the message that here we provide here. So it's working the same. It's all good. We can just override it. But because this error class does not have a status code, we will call this and we'll say the status code will be the status code that we provide when we're calling our custom error. And we'll see very soon how to provide that status code. So before we jump in and right away implement our custom errors everywhere, we can also see one weakness. So for example, here we have a lot of reminder not found, But what if I say make here mistake, meander not found, let's say. They're not consistent, and later on if I would want to change the name for all of them, that would be insanely difficult to go through each of them and define a different error all the time. So what a lot of companies are doing, they create these constant static error messages and they reuse them. That's a very good practice of doing that. It prevents the typos, it keeps the code very clean, consistent, and later on you can even translate everything, all of these very easily. So it has a lot of pros, let's say, to it. So to do that, actually I was lying, not the last folder, we will have constants. And inside here, for the constants, we will create error messages. So if we go here, we say error messages.js and simply paste all of these messages that I provided you here. We will have a few messages. One of them is going to be reminder not found, or we could have it even more general, saying like item not found, and here having item not found, but let's leave reminder not found. You could have like user not found and more of that. Then we'll have invalid data, unauthorized, forbidden, and internal server error. These are like one of the more common ones. So now, if we just use all of that, oh yeah, first of all, yeah, let's start using these error messages. And well, first things first, very clear one, we need to adjust the newly created schema error where we throw these errors and make them use our constants that we just created. So let's import, and let's, I already have here like, but okay, I'm just gonna show you in the code. So what we'll do is we are importing error messages from constants error messages, and now instead of having this invalid data, we'll say error messages dot invalid data, and here error messages dot internal server error. Now these will stay clean, and if we any time in the future we want to change, let's say, the internal server error, we can just go here and say try again or something like that, and it will change to all of these. So yeah, very clean. That's the first change. The second change is we will need to create this middleware to handle these errors, because right now, if we would have, let's say, so let me go into which one? Get reminder by ID, and try to throw this custom error. Don't forget to import it from here. And let's say, let's throw 404, not found, and go to get by ID. I think 9 should be not found. It's still throwing us internal server error and not found. Yeah, it's still throwing us a wrong error. Well, it is happening because we don't have a middleware that will handle these errors. So because if we go to our controller, it knows that if something failed, I will simply call this message with this message every time, no matter what. So we need to adjust that. And in order to do that, we will need to create this middleware. So let's go to our middlewares, new file, error handler middleware. And then inside here, we can specify this middleware. What it's doing is basically this error handler receives the error and it checks like, okay, does the error have a status code that we will pass? If it has, it will apply it. If it doesn't, it will throw 500. Then it will check, okay, does the error have a message? If we provided it, it will apply this message. Otherwise, it will default to internal server error message. And lastly, we will simply, as we do here in the controllers, let me go here. We're sending the status with status code. So status code 500, 404, and then we're returning the error message very similarly to this, like we have here. So let's copy this. Let's go to error handler middleware, paste this in, and we're using already the error messages like the created new ones. So now that we created this middleware, If you remember, we need to apply this middleware, and but before that, that's actually very good that I checked the guide, because even if we apply it, we're always calling this, like, every time. So it's not good. Like, even though if you are gonna throw an error in here, it's always gonna respond with status 500 and these error messages. So what we need to do is go to the controller, and if you already remember this next function, and instead of calling right away this error, we will say call next. And we already saw this next, and it means that call next middleware or router or whatever. So we will basically Express will call the next middleware in this case for us. But now it's still not gonna work, even though we changed it. But because we need to, so yeah, now we're passing the error, and I actually forgot to pass the error itself. So yeah, you need to pass the error to the middleware as well, because if you remember, let me show you in a second. In here where we have this middleware, we need to pass here the error, and it is expecting it. So that's what we're doing here. But now we need to apply this middleware. So if you go, well, we'll come back to these. If you go to your index, you need to add this middleware as the last one, because if, like, as I said, like, it's calling the next middleware, so it's gonna call this one. After the routes, we are passing this new created middleware. So if we go to our index, and if we, of course, we need to import it here, as you can see from the guide. So let's do that. And we will say simply as the last one, app.use, and use the error handler middleware, just like we said to use the express.json middleware. The same way we're saying, okay, now use our custom one that we just created in here. Okay, let's save it. So now that we have this, we can go back and actually finally, even we can test it with our get reminder by ID that we just created. That where is it? Let me go to where is controller and get reminder by ID. Get reminder by ID. If no reminder, throw custom error, reminder not found, and custom error. Where is it defined? Where did I forgot to export it? No. It's utils/custom error. Oh, and we're, yeah. So next is not defined. I did not read that correctly. So if I go here to our controllers, we're not importing this next. So basically we're calling it, but we forgot to import it for every also a controller function. So this is what the Express returns as, like, request, response, and also the next function. So now that we have it for everything, it will now display the error, but the error will be this one. It's not standardized yet. So if I go here, call it, it says reminder not found and not capital letters. Doesn't look very good. So let's adjust it and make it perfect. So error messages dot and it's reminder not found. So if you can see, error messages are important from constants. So now if we call it, it will have reminder not found, but it will call it from this. So we can say maybe even item not found to just show you that it actually works like this. So if I save it and go, of course, now I need to adjust the name in this service because there's no reminder not found. Now it's called item not found. So if I send it, it says item not found. That means it's using that and it's perfect. So now in this file, everywhere where we're using the old error, we will change it to a custom error. And let's say error messages dot item not found, and it's gonna be 404. So here as well, like reminder not found, we will call the same one. These are different, so I'm not gonna change them just yet. And is there any other errors? Throw error. So yeah, there's you're not authorized error. So let's adjust this also. So it's gonna be forbidden. And forbidden, I think it's 400, no, yeah, 403 is forbidden. So, okay, forbidden, you see, even I don't remember them by heart. And the last one is something like fail to delete a reminder. So we're simply gonna check like throw internal server error, which is going to be 500. Let's save it. And now I think there's no throw new error. So now all of the errors are gonna be amazing. So let's, for example, let's try to do update 500. Could not determine data type of parameter 2. This is a weird one. So if it's 10, bind message supplies 2 parameters, but prepared statement it requires. So it is some, let me check it out. That's actually interesting. So if we go to update reminder, so yeah, these new values is not, let's try to console log our query real quick. And if we go here, if we try to call this, what does it, okay, so we're saying where ID, oh, okay. So that's actually, that was my mistake. We don't need to take it from at which position. We actually need to take it values.length. So the ID is going to be at the last position always. So my brain is a bit fried. For us, it's already almost 10. So give me some slack. But yes, here we wanted to say like where the ID is not like equals the actual value of the ID, what we were doing before, because this one is actually, let's show it as an example. That's a very good thing that we caught it. So if we have it like this, and then I would leave it only like this. And now if I would call this, here we're saying, okay, but the ID is the same. So maybe I want to do like this, 100. So now what we're saying is that, okay, so set this reminder where the ID is at position 100, but we're not even passing that many values here. We only have one value and we're saying at position 100. So this is what that does. That's why we need to keep it only values.length, because in theory, we are trying to update where the position is, and it's not -1. It shouldn't be -1. It should be normal one. So if we do this one and again console log it. So now we're saying, yeah, like at position 2, because we have at position 1, we have the reminder itself that we're passing here. And at position 2, because we added it with values push, and push adds at the end of the array, we added the reminder ID. So the reminder ID is always going to be the last item inside the values array. That's how you access it, by saying values.length. Give me basically, because if the length is 2, it's gonna be at position 2. So yeah, that's why I said like it's weird that I'm doing this, but it was my bad. So now it's working, and we're saying that item was not found. Perfect. So if we go to our guide, how does, yeah, so service handles business and throws structure. So here you can see how everything ties together. So basically what we're doing is, first of all, we're calling the validate data create reminder schema. So if we go to our routes here, that's what we are calling. If it doesn't have it, it just skips this and right away it goes into the controller. But if it does have, it's calling the validate data with this schema to validate it, and only calls the controller if the schema is correct. So that's what we just checked. Then controllers call services. So if we go to the controller will call the service in here, and then this service is gonna process the data and do whatever. But if the error occurs while processing the, let's say, the data, like here, we weren't able to find, it will throw this error. Then what happens is that this error is passed to the error handler middleware via next.error. So for example, if we go back to our controller, because an error happened here, we're catching it and we're passing this error that we threw to the next, which is error handler middleware, because if we go here, the next one is error handler middleware. So then service processes the logic and throw that error that I just talked to, and then return error handler middleware returns as a structured error with a status code and with a message or with the defaulted values. So that's how everything ties in together. So just try to experiment. This will make sense if you try to, sometimes when you try to do it only once, it might be a bit confusing, but this is, I know how, like I also started, just try to do it once, twice, and then later you are kind of tie everything up in your head as well, because you forget to add something and then, okay, you see, oh, it doesn't work. Why it doesn't work? Then you say, oh, I forgot to add maybe this middleware, or maybe I forgot to tell our app to use this middleware that I created. So and also if you, while watching this, have any questions, feel free to leave it under the video. This video will be up, and also feel free to ask ChatGPT. It will always answer, at least give you an idea of the answer. But if it's not clear enough, leave us a comment, and I'm trying my best to always go back to the videos, at least for the first few months, and try to reply to you. So yes, that is actually how we implement and how we properly structure our API, our backend, and how most of the big companies are structuring it. If you come to a job interview as a junior or maybe even as an intern, knowing all of this will help you a lot, and you will, even if you don't have everything like down to a T, how it's said, you can already have a good idea of, okay, I remember I saw this. I remember it can be here, and I remember more or less what models are doing. So you can get the gist of where you add your logic, where you add your database, and how everything ties it together, basically. Okay, so now that we are done with our backend, it's time to do the front end. The front end it's gonna be a very easy one. So again, I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. We have a lot of tutorials on this channel, how to implement it with way bigger examples, way more difficult examples. This is going to be a very, very small application. I'm seeing that it's already almost 4 hours. So as always, it's not gonna be a short one, but yeah, hopefully it's gonna be a good one. So first of all, what we need to do for the to create our let's say mobile application, Expo application, is once again install Node.js. But if you're 100% have it installed, because if you wanted to follow the backend, you needed it as well. Then if you are running it on a physical device, you simply need Expo Go application that you can download on your device, either Android or iOS from the App Store, and you'll be able to run the application without any extra setup, just like that. However, if you want to run the application on a simulator or an emulator on your machine, you would need some extra setup. And here I am providing this setup. Like, you can follow the documentation and run it. But for this guide, I would suggest you, if you're just starting out, do not even bother with all of these. Just check out using Expo Go application. It will work just the same. And if you feel that, oh, okay, I'm liking React Native Expo, it's amazing, then you can set it up everything here as well. Again, a few things in mind. Android is available on all operating systems, but Xcode, which is required for iOS simulator, is only available for macOS. However, you are still able to publish iOS applications to the App Store using EAS. But again, this is not what we're gonna cover it. It's like a next step. It's a lot of theory, so maybe we'll do a tutorial on how to do that, but we'll see. So yeah, as I said, right now, let's use Expo Go. I will use a simulator, but just because I want to show you the screen of the simulator on the live stream that I'm doing now. So once you're done with the configuring, let's set up a fresh Expo project. And it is actually insanely easy. Just copy this line of code, go to your terminal, and run this code. So what we're doing here, we're calling a create Expo app with the latest version. We're saying this is going to be the name of like my folder in my application. And we're saying dash dash template. And it is because by default here, if you don't provide a template, it will create a default template, which will already include some tools and which you will probably use for most of your apps. But because I want to show you everything from scratch without having anything else pre-installed, we will choose the blank TypeScript. So let's choose that and click enter. Now while it's installing, let's go back and check out what's going to happen. Yes, probably you will not see this unless you started with the Apple, like the front end first. So if you see this, just click yes, I trust the authors, because you are the author, you created everything. And now we will need to open another VS Code project in VS Code. So to do that, what we will do, go to your Xcode, and you can simply either go file and maybe even new window. I've never done it. Yeah, new window works. But you can also click Command Shift N if you're on a MacBook, or Control Shift N if you are on a Windows, and it will open you with a shortcut this new window. So now that you opened it, go to Files, and in which I think I have done a little bit of a mistake because I created this Apple Reminders clone inside the Apple Reminders API folder. So if you go here, we will already see this Apple Reminders clone. So do not do that. That's we needed to do it in a different folder. So yeah, I will simply delete it from here. If you follow, do it like that. That's not an issue. And now, if you see that you are in your API folder, just simply do CD and then a double dot. That means go one directory back. And now I see that I'm in the right project directory. So now I can actually run this command and create the project that I wanted with a TypeScript. And yeah, now we are gonna wait a second. It created it. So now we can go to our VS Code, on File, Open Recent, or no, actually Open. And then we are gonna go to Documents, Projects, and here we should have Apple Reminders clone. Let's open this project. And now, actually, that we're not gonna use the Reminders API that much anymore, so let's do it like this. Okay, so now what we need to do is run our front-end application. To do that, click on Terminal, New Terminal, and in here simply write npx, and I see that I need to increase it, maybe not sure how much, but yeah, maybe that's enough, maybe that's better. We can close this welcome npx expo start. Once you run this, you will see something like this. So if you're using Expo Go, simply scan this QR code and you will right away see the application on your phone, just as easy as that. No setup, nothing. For me, as I mentioned, I will be working with a simulator just to show it on the screen. So I pressed Y to open iOS simulator. Let's minimize this screen a little bit to fit in the emulator as well. So if I go here, I know that some of the emulator is hidden behind my camera. Let me fix that real quick. How much? Something like this probably should be good. Maybe a bit, I can use a bit more. And then I can extend this until the end. Perfect. So now that we have our app running, we can see here, open up app TSX and start working on your app. So if you go here, we can change here the text to anything, something like hello world. And if we save it, we already see the changes. That means everything is working, everything is set up correctly. We can continue working. So actually now this is not in the place anymore again. Okay, so yeah, here I explain all of that. And now let's create a basic structure once again. So just as like we did in the API, let's create a new folder in the root directory called source. Here we will keep all of our source code, basically everything that we create. Inside here, the two folders that you will always create, especially if you're using Expo Router, is going to be app. And also inside we will create components. Yes, so here we will keep all of our screens and we will talk about it soon. And here we will keep like Lego pieces, small components that we will be attaching in our code. So as I state here, for screens and navigation, app, and for components, for reusable UI components, little Lego pieces. Now, another very important thing is to set up path aliases. Previously, I wasn't that big on them, but because I didn't want it to overwhelm beginners, but they're actually amazing. And without them, the project can get a little bit unclean, because this is by default how would you import. You need so many, like go back, and then one director back, then components and list item. If you have path aliases set up, you can simply say like this. You see how much cleaner it is? And to do that, the only thing you need to do is actually in the TS config, which we have here, you can just add this line. Like we're not going to use assets now, but so you can only add this, but basically only this small part. If you add it here, here, you will already set up these path aliases. And when I'm, let's say here, I'm saying go to at and then component. So what it's saying, this at, because we're here specifying at, and it will be inside the source. Basically go source components, or I could say at app or whatever. So this is setting up the path aliases, and it makes it a lot more cleaner. Now we can import it just like that. Perfect. We have the setup done. Now it's time to implement the Expo router and the navigation. But before that, let me maybe check out the chat. And Lucas is low-key killing it. Thank you, Catalin. Thank you. Always here, always supporting. Linkland, my error runtime not ready. Cannot read property style of undefined. Probably you didn't define the style somewhere. You're trying to access it, but it's either not in the right scope, so you defined it in the wrong place, or it's like not defined at all. Music forever, love you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. You're here actually. I remember in Apple News Clone, you were here from the start until now. You're here today, so I really appreciate the support. And I see Rogelio is also here still. Thank you guys very much. You're an amazing support, guys. Always here, always supporting. Huge thank you. So let me actually take a few sips of water. It's important to stay hydrated. Oh, that was a good sip of water, but I almost don't have any left. So let me okay. So we'll be installing now the Expo router for our navigation, as mentioned. So to do that, just go to the official documentation, which you can find at this link, or just go to the Notion guide that I provided. Now we can close these because we will no longer need them. And we will follow the installation. So first of all, we need to install all of these dependencies and actual Expo router itself. So let's do that. Open the terminal. You can do it with terminal, new terminal, or with a shortcut. Let's stop the server with Control C because we will need to rerun it with a clear cache. And now we can paste that long code, but I see that I included some not necessary symbols like 200. Yeah, that's a long way. I could have done it shorter, but yeah. Let's install all of these libraries. They will appear here inside. Yeah, here, all of them are installed. Now what we need to do is we need to change our main entry point in the package.json. So let's copy this and go to the package.json. We're already here. And inside here where it says main, and right now it's index.ts, which is here, we need to say, okay, we will change it. And now we will use the Expo router entry, which is going to be the app folder in a way. We'll see how it works a bit later. Then we also need to, for deep linking, which we will not really explore, but it's not very difficult, we will add our scheme. So in the app config, which is app.json, I like to do it under the slug here, add our scheme. So let's say not just reminders, something like this. Actually, like this, not just reminders, or even not follow it completely, like something like this, not just reminders. Okay, now that we added this scheme, we could install React Native Web and React DOM if we want to have our application also on the web right away. And it's just like installing this and that's it. Just to save time, we're not gonna do it. But yeah, it's very easy. Then you will need to also enable the web bundler. And then you need to modify the Babel config if you have it already changed, but to use basically Babel preset Expo. But by default, this is what Expo will use. So you will not even have this folder, this file in your file structure, because this is the default setup for it. So the last thing we need to do is we need to run our server again with clear flag. That means clear the cache. So now if we run it and open it, reload, we will see a little bit of an error saying that Expo cannot find the routes like inside the source app directory. And we changed that the main entry right now is inside source app. So let's create an entry file called index, notjs. I am used right now from TSX. Yes, and now let's define our, let's say, entry file. It's not gonna be right now anything too crazy, but we will have something like export default function. We will call it home screen because this is going to be our home screen. And we will return for now simply a view. Let's make sure that you import the view from React Native. And we will also import text. And also make sure that you import it from React Native. And in here, let's say hello. If we save it, once again, hello. Once we can see it here, that means it's working. The Expo router recognizes our routes. Everything is perfect. So now that we are no longer using this app.tsx and this index.ts, we can safely remove these files and nothing will crash, nothing will be bad. Because now our entry file is the index. So we can also close this and go back to our Notion guide. What we did, we installed, we created our first screen. So now let's see, let me think, because we will, okay, so I will show you the navigation a bit later on, how you can navigate. But if you're following this Notion guide, feel free to just follow it and here follow these examples, but I don't want to waste your time and my time right now. Mine is not that important. Yours is very important. So I don't want to waste your time and go through these little examples that we will later, like very soon actually, remove, and we'll also still see how the navigation works. So you can read and implement, but if you don't want, let's just continue. So now this is an important one, and let's a little bit talk about this layouts file. This layouts file is like kind of like a wrapper around your screens, because by default all of the routes fill the entire screen. So this basically is a route and it fills the whole screen. But sometimes and if you would move to another screen, this will change the full screen. Everything inside it will change. But sometimes you want to keep some of the things, for example, the headers. So you would want to keep here the header, or you would want to keep the bottom tabs as your navigation. So in order to keep those things, we need this layout that will wrap the screen. So it will wrap the screen and it will put, this is going to be the layout, and here you would have your screen that you created basically inside it. So you would still see everything that you defined inside the layout, and also what you have inside the screen. So in order to think of in order to showcase how it works, we can create this layout file, and let's create it inside the app, and let's make it layout.tsx. So now that we created this layout file, in here it's actually let's export default function, and also let's call it root layout. And why we call it root layout, it's because it's in the root, basically the main layout inside the app. This is going to wrap everything that you add, all of your screens inside here, it will wrap. This is going to be on top of them. So root layout, and in here let's return a slot from actually not a slot, a stack will be a better example. Let's return a stack from I didn't close the tag, from React Expo router. And right away, after I save, you can see this header, and this is what stack provides. So with stack you will have all the go back. Like for example, if I would navigate to another screen, here it will automatically add go back arrow, and it will always display the headers. We can hide them and I will show you how, but this is basically what's wrapping all the screens in here. So actually I kind of have to show you this example, but if you add another one, let's say about TSX, and let's say about screen, and then let's say here about screen. So now if we have the two of these screens, and I go here and say link, and then here we say href, and I say go to about screen. If I click on it, you can see that it right away went to this new screen that I just created. But because they are both under this layout, they both have this header. Because as I said, this layout wraps around everything that you add inside this app directory. So now and it also added this back. So it has also, the stack keeps the history of where you went. So if I go back, I will go to index. Now there is also a slot, but the slot will not return anything. Basically, it will just render the children inside here. Behind hiding, you can see hello from here. And if I, let me add here style and some margin top, like 50. So here you can see this hello. If I click on it, we went to about screen, but I cannot go back. It did not keep this history. So yeah, that's why we will use here the stack for us. And we can remove this delete. I said I won't waste your time, but I did. So yeah, this is how you can think about layout. And in our, let's say, Apple News clone or Reddit clone that we did recently, I'm sure Vadim also in his clones use the layout even more, like nested layouts, because you can have a layout inside a layout. But this is a bit more complicated, so you can leave it for your next tutorial. Okay, so now there's a quick guide on like how Expo Router decides which screen to load, basically, because you saw here we had two screens, but how did it decide to load the index and not about? And here, you can read a bit, but the basic rule is that Expo Router will look for the first available index file in the project directory. And it will, once it finds it, it loads it right away. If it doesn't find it, let's say at the root level, if I had here like something like protected, and I had the index inside here, so I can even actually not create here, but move it. So here inside protected, and if I reload, you can see that it's still here, but now the index inside is inside protected and index. So it's looking for the first index that to find, and it goes deep searching for it. So here's a short step-by-step explanation of how it finds it. And here's a very common also example of having two subfolders, which is going to be protected and auth. Protected will contain all screens that require authentication, and they should not be accessed any other way. And auth will hold all of the screens like login, register, forgot password, basically the screens that can be accessed by unauthenticated users. So first of all, the root layout loads app.layout because this is the first thing to be loaded. Always in every, so for example, I could even create here another layout. And in that case, let me showcase what will happen. So if I do this, and this will be, let's say protected layout. So now it has two headers. Because the first thing it always does, it loads this layout, it doesn't find in the app index, it goes into folder in the further, it finds here an index, but it still loads the layout first. So let me move the index out of here because we will no longer need this, but let me go through the example. So yeah, it loads the root layout, it finds there either slot or stack, which again acts as a wrapper. Since there's no index inside the app, Expo Router will move into subcategories. So Expo Router will scan those subcategories in order that they appear in the file system. So for example, this, or here if we had, like, as I said, another file, something like, I'm not sure, like blog.tsx, it will look them one by one like this. So basically alphabetically, because this is how they are ordered here inside. So the first valid index found would determine the initial screen. Since the app has no index, it moves deeper in the subcategories, in the subdirectories, and scans them also in the alphabetical order. So for example, if I had here auth and protected, it will go into auth first and then in protected. Because it didn't find any index in the auth, it will move next, which it will find the index inside protected and immediately load it. Like even if protected didn't have an index, the Expo Router would search even deeper. And a very common pattern, as I say here, is to create a tabs folder inside protected. And then in this case, Expo Router would continue searching inside tabs and even deeper until it finds the index there. So here I'm also specifying what will happen if the auth and protected had an index. And basically to summarize it, it will load the auth index if you don't have any layout checks there, because you can add any code here to be executed in the layout before even loading here. So saying like if not auth, basically if you don't have auth, then we can redirect to somewhere. Like if you don't have this in the auth layout, it will load the auth index because it found it there first. So here, yeah, here, because it's alphabetically. So yeah, that's the main gist, and we have these examples in Apple News clone and Reddit clone, and Vadim has in other projects as well. So here, if you want, you can always go back and check the final code of our root layout, but we will implement it step by step. So let's go. We implemented the Expo router. Let's check out the TanStack query and why we would use that. So TanStack query is a very powerful tool for state management and also like for fetching. It simplifies it, caching, fetching, synchronizing, updating the state. So basically, instead of handling everything manually, it helps us to do it basically with a TanStack query. So this is how our request would look like without TanStack query. We would need to handle the loading. We would need to store our reminders when we get them from the fetch request to the state as well. We would need to also handle the error separately and set it, catch it, and finally set the loading to false. And here actually it should have been at the start, like set it to the loading to, oh, it's initially true. And then you need to call the fetch reminders and use effect. This is a lot of boilerplate for one fetch request. So look how much it simplifies everything if we're using the TanStack query. So this is only one advantage of it, but also it has global caching. So TanStack query like caches those responses automatically, which means that if the same request is made like in multiple components, it will be deduplicated, avoiding like unnecessary network calls for every time that you do a request. So it keeps that data cached, fetched by refreshing in the background. And it handles like garbage collection of all data and basically optimizes everything. It's so good. So it's to use it, it's very easy setup. First of all, let's install it with npx expo install. So let's open our terminal. We can stop the server once again. And I again got this 200. So let's install TanStack query. And once it's installed, inside the app layout, basically the first file that will be loaded, we need to import the query client and define it. So if we go to the layout here, what we will do here is we will import this layout client. And let me check if the stream is yeah, okay, it's good. So we will import the query client and also provider. We'll see later what we do with that. We are defining this new query client, and then we need to wrap our whole layout with this query client provider and then pass the client there. So it will look something like this. So if we keep it here, we're wrapping our whole application, because if you remember, the layout will be loaded first. This is the root layout. It's nothing is going to be above it. We're wrapping everything in query client provider, and we're passing this client to it to know like, okay, basically which client to use. Now that it's done, here you can find the final code, but we'll check out how to do it. That's it. You can start using, you can start using the TanStack query just like that. So if we go to our first component, how to do that? Well, we already used some components like text and view, and they're React Native built-in components, and we use them inside here, inside our index, like view, and previously you saw text. Link is also a built-in component from Expo router. But we can also create our own components. So to do that, let's start seeing how everything evolves and basically how everything ties up. So first of all, let's start by displaying a simple reminder. But in order to display that reminder, well, we kind of need to query it from our API that we just created. Well, let's do just that. Let's go to our code. Inside the index, well, first of all, let's start the application. Once we have it ready, let's open it on iOS. Let's say reload by clicking R. And then, yeah, and then let's start working on it. First of all, we need to do the query, as I said. Well, in order to do that, it's very easy. First of all, we will define that, or maybe let's start with use query from TanStack query. So we're basically gonna use this fetching. And inside here, what we need to do is we need to pass a few things. Well, the first thing is the query key. And the query key is there to know, basically for caching, like, and you'll see later on when we add a new record to update the lists. And actually, now that I'm thinking, I will expand this after the stream, probably tomorrow. It's gonna be too late today, but expand this guide and explain a little bit more inside the TanStack query lesson what is the query key and what is the next one that we will use, which is query function. Well, query function is kind of self-explanatory. We will run the function that we will define here, basically what this use query needs to fetch or whatever. So in theory, what we could do is we could simply inside here define like right away fetch. First of all, we would say const response and equals. Now here we need to define like what we are fetching, like the URL. So we will say await. That's very important. We will use the fetch function. You could use Axios, or yeah, it's up to you. But we will say await, and it's gonna a bit complain about the wait, but we'll fix it later. And now what we need to do is we need to get our URL the same way as we were doing inside Insomnia. So for example, we're trying to get all reminders. So let's copy this, go back to our code, and let's say, okay, let's call this basically function. And what we need to do is we need to get the response. And yeah, this response should be parsed to JSON. And we can do const, actually, we can return it right away. So yeah, this is what we will do. And here you would more time, like all the time, actually, you would have an error catcher. So for example, here would say if the error is if the response is not okay, like it's not 200, then something failed. So we would say throw a new error. And it depends, like now it's also based on how your team is handling. You can define here your own like names failed to fetch, a reminder, or reminders, actually it's plural, or you could reuse the error messages from the like backend that we're returning. So it's really up to you. And yeah, I will show you this way. So yeah, but this, like reusing this, and maybe you will need even to call this same query somewhere else in your app. For example, if you have different lists or whatever, well, there's a better way, once again, to handling this. And the better way is creating a services folder inside source. And inside this services, we will create reminders, or maybe reminder service.ts. And in here we can like create all of these different functions that will have all of the logic and that we'll be able to use. Very similar to how we did like we use services in our API. So now let's define actually the first service and the first service function. It's going to be export async. That's very important because this function will be asynchronous. We will need to await something to return. So async function, the name it will be get reminders. For now it will have no parameters. And in here what we will need to do is simply call all of this. So we can copy it and paste it, too much of it. So now we can reuse this get reminders function everywhere in our app just like this. And it cleans up the query function here a lot more. So what we would do is we would say get reminders and make sure it's imported from services here, from services, reminder service, get reminders. And then we also need to say, okay, something here. Ooh, I made a little mistake. Oh, yeah, not a little, actually a huge mistake. But why I removed all of that, I don't know. Because we only needed to remove this part, and also we don't need this little part, but we need the closing tag, and yeah, and this part we also need. So here we can move them here, and here we will say get, we will use the get reminders from services, reminder service. Let's fix it a little bit. And also we need to call this function. So now, okay, it says, yeah. So now we will get a little bit of an error, but it's not, because we're not done with how we are basically defining all of this. When this get reminders is called, what we need to do is we need to destructure from this use query a few things, and we already learned about destructuring. So basically what this returns to us, so it will return data, it will also return is loading. So basically data is already what is going to be returned from here, so in this case the response JSON. The is loading is gonna be true while we're fetching, and once we get, it will be false. So that's how we control it very easily. And then we will also see an error here. So now, now we can, let's do it this way. Yeah, what, why it turned white? It says no query client set, use query client provider to set one, but we actually have one from TanStack. Oh, we did not save it after changes. So now, yeah, I saw a little bubble. It was not saved. Sorry, my bad. But now that we saved, it's working. So now if we go to our reminders, and if we console log the data here, let's go here, we can see that we are receiving this data. We are receiving one completed, false, created at, ID, notes, and reminder by milk. We remember that we created this. Here we are also receiving the reminder of one. We also remember that we created it with notes. Don't forget to feed him before. So we're already receiving the data from our own API. And in order to see that it's actually from our own API, we can go to the controllers, reminder controllers. So for example, for all reminders, we can console log saying calling this function. So if we save it, now once we reload this application, once we reload this application, if we go to here, we are returning, we're console logging the reminders. It's gonna be a little bit messy, so let's do it once again. So now if we go here, what are we console logging still here? But we see that, yeah, calling this function is here. So that means we are actually going inside here, going inside the get all reminders. Well, first of all, starting of course from routes, getting inside here, our model is calling the database with this exact, let's say, query, and it returns us back. So here, what's what we're console logging, and it returns us back to controller the reminders as a JSON with status 200, which means everything worked perfectly. Amazing. Now that we have this data, we still need to handle a few use cases. So for example, if we are loading, if we're still fetching, let's return an activity indicator for users to understand that activity indicator from React Native, for users to understand that, okay, it's still loading, so be patient. It will be, the data will be, the list will be here soon. Let's add some margin on top to see it better, like something like 20%. Like this. Let's save it. So now you saw like a short loading period. So if I make it like is not loading, you see here is how it's gonna look like. You can also pass, I forgot, like, yes, size, and you can say it should be large. So now the loading is big. Okay, perfect. Now we also need, so for example, let's simulate an error. Let's say if response is okay, throw an error. So now it's not gonna show us anything else, because what we need to do is we will add, yeah, here the loading was a bit longer because, again, a very good thing about TanStack query, it's retrying every time to call again, because oftentimes calling the backend again is fixing the function. You see how many times it called our API, and oftentimes should be enough, like, because it can, let's say, at least it can fix the issue by calling it again. So we don't need to set up anything manually. It's right away trying to provide a good response. That's amazing. Another very cool thing about TanStack query. But let's say if we had an error, we need to return this error. So in order to return this error, let's define how it should look like. So we'll not do anything too crazy. We'll simply say we render a text, and inside here we will, of course, opening this. So we're saying, okay, we're not adding just the text, but the JavaScript expression, and we will say render the error and the message that you return from this error. Of course, we will probably need to add some also styles, like here. It doesn't need to be too pretty. So now if we load it, and actually it's not gonna, yeah, well, let's wait. Now here we see failed to fetch reminders. So that means that this service threw an error, and the TanStack query caught it and returned it to us. So now we can display the error message, which is failed to fetch the reminders. We can also make this a little bit maybe nicer, something like bold, or not font size, font weight, bold, and then, yeah, maybe justify content. Should we align? No, align self. I think it's align self, center, and now it will look a little bit better. Let's structure it like this as well. Yeah, I'm spending too much time on this error, of course, but I cannot leave too bad of a quality. Okay, so now it's good. So we can say if the response was not okay, then return me this error. Otherwise, the data should be there. So now, when the data is there, we can start working with it. Well, first of all, we already remember this kind of syntax. So let's do that here underneath. Like if there's no errors, nothing else, let's take the data at position 0. So basically, because if you remember, it returns us an array. Here you can see it returns us an array of objects. So we will take the first one inside an array, because 0 is first. And now we can start working and implementing this slowly, this custom component. So first of all, we will say, okay, so inside of view, we will have a text, and the text will say reminder item. I'm seeing some messages. Okay, reminder items, and then we will say, yeah, reminder, because that's what we receive. We also get the notes. So if we save it, we can here see buy milk. If we say give me at position 1, it's gonna be 1 with don't forget eggs. I don't think we have also at position 3. So take the dog out for a walk, don't forget to feed him before. So this is how we're already using the data from our database. But imagine if we would need to create all of these separately. So for example, I would need to have another one, reminder at item 2, and saying like something like this. This would be a little bit insane, first of all, and not very maintainable, second of all. And here, yeah, I'm again saying why we use curly braces, because JSX treats everything inside text as a plain default text. But to include dynamic values like here, we need to wrap them in a curly brace to tell that it needs to be evaluated as a JavaScript expression. So to make this a little bit more reusable, inside the components, let's create that Lego piece that I was talking about with you. So let's call it reminder list item dot tsx. And in here, in here we can move all of this logic so that we had here with displaying notes and reminders to here. So let's do export default function. Let's call it reminder list item. And let's do it return. And let's return something like view and also a text. We need to import it, so you can import it by pressing Command Y and make sure that it's imported Command I, and make sure it's imported from React Native, and do the same here and make sure it's imported from React Native, or you can just write it yourself like this. So here we also can do the same thing by basically display some text. Let's say here we will be reminder, and let's leave it like that for now. So now, instead of creating this huge code, and imagine if there is more styles, more text, it would be very bad. What we can do is we can simply, let's remove the link, import this newly created reminder list item from components, reminder list item, and inside here, we can simply use it like that, reminder list item. So now we're using this little Lego piece inside our code, and basically we are able to reuse it, and we can use it anywhere in our app, like anywhere at all. That's very good. But now we're displaying some random information. How do we display the actual information that we need? Well, the same as we were passing props here, parameters, we can pass it to our components. So, for example, we could here say that we want to receive a reminder item. And now we define what is that reminder item. For us, it's gonna be, let's say, this one. And we can even do a second one and do reminder item too. So now if we save it, and now we can see that it displays 2, but how can we take the data in here and reuse it? Well, it's kind of not too difficult. In here, what we will do is we will take the name here, reminder item. We will destructure it right away to reminder item. Otherwise, you would take it as a props, and then you would here do props dot reminder item. But we already learned how destruction works. We know how cool it is, so why not use that? Okay, we have reminder item. Now we can start using it. So for example, if I say reminder item dot reminder and even reminder item dot notes, if we save it, we are right away seeing the data, the actual data that we need, which is amazing. Of course, we do see some red warnings saying that it has an any type and TypeScript is not happy about it at all, but we will fix it very, very soon. So now if we go here, I'm telling that this is how we made it manageable, reusable, and very scalable. I told you how to pass the props, and actually, like if you would go here and say, I can pass hello equals, let's say something like, hey, we could get this data inside there as well. So I would say how I named it. So if I go here, I called the prop hello. So I would go, no, not full. I would here also say hello. And now I could simply display that instead of what I was displaying before. But what I need to do is I also need to pass it here because otherwise it will crash. So if I save it here, we're displaying the hey. So we're displaying the value that we passed, which is here, this little thing. So you can pass as many parameters as you want and it's gonna work. You can use them here the way you need it to be. And we'll see a bit later, but for now, what we need is the reminder item and display the notes and the reminder itself. So we saw how to pass the data. how to receive the data and how to use it. Here I'm also like giving you a little bit of an example of how it would you use it if you wouldn't destructure it here. So you could have here props, but then do props render item reminder. But now that we destructure, we can do reminder dot item dot reminder. Let's close the service for now, and let's close let's make this a bit smaller. We don't need the layout. The index will need app.need, don't need. So now we can start working on the designs, and I have provided you here the final code of the design, how everything will look like. So if you want, just go there, copy it, and yeah, and you'll have everything ready. But we can do it real quick because it's not that difficult ourselves. Well, first of all, we will have our reminder as untouchable opacity, which means it's gonna be pressable. So we need to, of course, pass the onPress function to tell what will happen after user presses on it. So we'll say console log, and we have pressed. Amazing, that's very good. But we can also pass some styles to it. So if we save it now, you can see that it's pressable. If I press, it's doing like this little animation. But we need to pass some styles to this whole component because now it looks, well, to say the least, horrible. So these styles can be, first of all, we need to, yeah. Oh, I forgot a bit more. I don't have a design on my screen, so, but if you want, actually, and I will do that, I will go here, and here I will move it to check the design, and it will be a lot easier for me. Okay, so yeah, I can see right away that we need to have little icon beside it, and then another icon at the end of it. So actually, without showing to you, it's also not going to be very good. So, but here, as you can see, we have this little button to know if it's already completed or not. We have a more information button, and we have some text here. So let's start doing like from left to the right. What we need to add is the icon. So I already have this icon ready, and let me copy it. So it's gonna be here. Let's save it. And also to use this icon, we need to import them from material community icons, and we will also need the undesign later. So now, okay, we have this button. Perfect, that's very good. We also need the other button that I talked about, which is the information button. That's how you call it probably. So let's do it that way. Okay, like this. Let's save it, and we already have some styles to it. So we're aligning it at the start. Like maybe I will remove the styles for now. Okay, so now we have all of them like that. Well, what we see is that they should be in a row. To achieve that already gives us a very good hint because we want them to be in a row. So flex direction row. Now we have all of that in a row. However, we don't want these two to be in a row. We want them to be as one component. So to achieve that, we are simply gonna wrap them inside one view. And now they will stay under each other, but this and this will be aligned in a row. So that already achieves a lot. If we would add this, for example, inside here, it's also gonna stay in a column, but we want this to be at the end in a row. Perfect, we have this. We also want to align all of these items inside, like, and center them like this. For now, later we'll change this, but we want them to be centered. Also, we want them to have a gap between each other, something like a small gap between here and here. Now, now that we have this, I'm thinking, what would be the most important part for the, yeah. So let's say we also want this information button to be aligned like completely on the right. To achieve that, we will have margin left and we would have auto. Amazing. That's what we wanted to do. We also, it's a bit too close to the side, so we will have margin right, and we will have like something like 5, having it a bit more outside of the wall. Okay, that's very good. So now the worst thing that like for me here is the text. It's too small. It's like hard to understand which is reminder, what is note. So let's maybe quickly style them. It's not going to be too difficult. So let's do that. For the title of the reminder, we actually don't need to pass anything. Maybe if you want to make it bigger, maybe we'll do that. But for the notes, we'll definitely see that it is a bit smaller, so maybe something like 12. And we see that the color is gray, but not black. So yeah, maybe I will make it, yeah, for now, let's leave it like this. Maybe if you want, you can do it bigger. But now I also want to have a little bit of gap between here and on the bottom. So again, it's already saying you what we want to add, which is gap, and the gap could be of 5. But now let's say that the reminder can be very long, even longer, and now it pushes like our icons out. What we need to say is that the flex box that it is in should shrink. So basically, if something that's inside here is moving out of the flex box that it's in, and you can see the flex box that it's in by doing background red, then move this everything inside. Like for example, if I remove this, you can see that it's going out, and the flex box is actually here. So I need to do background blue, but you don't see it because of this. But yeah, basically what it says is if something is going outside of the flex box, please don't do that. So we can achieve this. Now, what else? Well, let's see the designs. Well, they need to have some sort of like more padding around it, and like the lines under. So that means we will be continuing to add styles to the main component that wraps everything. So first of all, I really want to add some margin between them, all of them. So I will say margin bottom, and it should be quite a big margin from example like this. And I also want them to be a little bit separated by a line. So to do that, we can very easily add a line border bottom width, and we can even either say like the width should be 0.5, and then we can say border bottom color, and the color will be, in our case, I see gray. Or we can, from the style sheet that's imported from React Native, very important, we can get the hairline width, which makes it a little bit smaller and look better in my opinion. So now that we have all of these, I still want to, because this line is too close to the note, let me add some padding on the bottom, and here we say let something do like 5 or something like that. So now we're kind of moving towards what we want. Of course, here you don't see the final version, it's too close to the sides, but we'll get to that. Right now we're only wanting to solve this, and actually here we can move back to reminder item dot reminder. Okay, so now we have these. What we want to do next, let me check the designs. So here we kind of are okay. Yeah, here I see that this icon is not very well aligned. So we need to align it with the title here at the top, but now it's in the middle between these two. So what I would do here is I would say align yourself, so align self, and align it at the start of the flex box that you're in. So it moved it to the top. So now it's kind of where we want to be, not exactly, but we will solve it a little bit later inside the index when we are be applying the styles there. Okay, but now this button is always pressed. How can we control how it should be displayed? Well, for that, I decided that we will use state. So to use a state, what we need to do is, first of all, define the variable name. A set is completed. So we need to define the variable name and also say that, okay, it is going to be a state by calling as a use state from React, and it should usually be the first one, a hook. So what is a state? A state is, do I have an example? No, I didn't. So basically a state is a variable that once it is changed, the whole component is re-rendered. And we've talked quite in detail in Apple News Clone about it. So if you want, check it out, maybe only that part. But basically, what it will do once we change it, it will go through everything and adjust it, basically, or re-render your whole component to show maybe some changes that we will do right now very soon. So again, we can define inside the state a default value, basically how it is going to be initialized. And if you remember, our reminder item has a completed field, which is basically specifying if the reminder is completed or not. But now we're still always displaying this completed button. Well, that means we will need to render the icon conditionally. So if it is completed, we will show one thing. If it's not, we will show another. So here we're saying, if it is completed, let's show what we are actually showing here. Let's maybe clean it up a little bit. And here like this, and here like this. Okay, so now here if it is completed, we will show this. Else, this little double dot means else. Else we will show a little bit of a different icon, and I have it here. So let me copy paste it. Else we will show it incomplete. So now it's a lot closer to what we need to have. But now how can we make it completed? Well, actually we will do it by later on calling a mutation. But for now, what we can do is say set is completed and make it so the right way would be to take the current state and say, make it different. So if it is now completed, it should not be completed, and vice versa. So now if I save it, I can see that it's being applied to one of them and it works good, but it doesn't update it in the database. This is what we will do a little bit later on. But now that we have all of this, I'm feeling that we need to finish styling to make it look better. So go back to your index, and first of all, actually go to your layout, and inside the stack, what we need to do is we need to say, okay, we kind of don't need this header here. So to do that, what we can do is instead of having a stack with a self-closing tag, make it like this. And inside here, we will define stack.screen. We will give a name of this screen, basically index that you have here. So we'll say index. And we will pass some of the options to it. So maybe some styling options, which in our case, it's going to be header shown false. You could also, instead of doing header shown false, you can have header title and say hello. You could change, not like this. You could change here the title. But for us, what we need to do is just hide it. Well, we can see another issue right away, that all the text moved behind, like in unsafe area, let's say it that way. Well, we can save it pretty quickly, saying use safe area view, And in this case, we will use save area view from React Native. So if we save it, it right away moved out our content outside of this notch and inside the safe area. So everything that it's going to render here, it's going to render inside a safe area. But let's give it some styles. So first of all, if we do background color and do red, we can see that it's only taking up that much space. But we need for it to take up the full space of the screen. So we pass flex1, basically saying, take out the full space of the screen you are in. We also need some margins on the side. So now that you saw how it works, I can remove the background color. We also need some margins on the side. So to do that, we can say margin horizontal, and it will add margins on here and on here. If you could do also margin vertical to add it on top and on the bottom, but for us we need it only horizontal. Okay, now that we have this looking a lot better, what we need to do as well is to add this, if we go here, reminders title. And it is very easy. I actually even have it prepared, so I'm not gonna waste your time too much. I'm gonna paste it and tell you what it does. We're simply displaying a text saying reminders. We give it a font size of 27. We make it bold. We give some letter spacing between each letter. We give a color of this, and we have a little bit of margin on the bottom of it. So now our reminders look a lot better. Okay, so what's next? What's next is gonna be yeah, okay, I know. So the next thing that we need to do, even if we're displaying all of these reminders like this, the problem is that we still are taking the data one by one. How can we make it dynamic so that in the future, so if you actually go here and we can go to the next lesson, which is TypeSafe component. So I was thinking to show the list right away, but let's follow the structure. So yeah, very quickly, why do we need TypeScript and why do we use it? Well, it helps us to detect errors early. So helps to catch also like type mismatches. So for example, if a component expects a string but gets a number, it will complain about it. So for example, also if it will not have any type, like here and here, it will say, well, any type is not good enough, to put it in simple words. It also helps us to catch like these little errors. For example, if we would say reminder item dot remin, it will complain and say, maybe you meant reminder because that's what reminder item is supposed to have in its type. And also it makes it a lot easier to understand the code and understand what component expects and what it doesn't expect. So I highly suggest everyone at least start using. You don't need to actually apply the types everywhere. So for example, if you would leave it like this and release it to production, nothing will crash, everything will work. But so you don't need to apply all the types, but at least start learning how to do that. So inside the source, let's create a new folder called types. And inside we can create, let's say, reminder types.ts. And in here, let's copy all of this code. So here it's actually pretty simple what we're doing. We're defining a reminder type, and we know that this reminder should have a number with ID, with a type of number, and we can get all of this information from our database. So if we go here, or like our migration schema that we created, or even the Zod schema. So it expects a ID of number, reminder of string. It can have a note, but note is either string or it can be null if it's not provided. It will have a completed Boolean, user ID of number, and it will have a string of created at, yes. Then we will have different types for inserting and for updating. So for inserting, when you're creating new, a reminder is a string which is required, but a notes is an optional string. That's why we add this little question mark. And even if it's optional, you can have it as a string or as a null value. And user ID is also required as a type of number. But for updating, both of them are optional because you can update only one field. So you can update the string, the reminder of a string, or notes, either a string, or if you removed it, it's gonna be a null. So now that we define these types, we can save them, and we can update our reminder list item component. So here you can just copy, but I will show you how to do that step by step, because that's where we are seeing the complaints. So at the top here, let's create a new type called, I usually what I do, just copy this name and add at the end props. Then we can start defining the types. So what we know, it is expecting to get a reminder. It should expect to get a reminder item. So let's copy and paste that. And this reminder item should be of type reminder here. So it should have all of these fields. So if we say reminder, it should suggest us to right away import it from types. And we can hear that it imported from types. But now it's still complaining because we did not apply it here. So how to apply it? We simply add double dots here and we say this reminder, all of these props, okay, it should have copied only one. All of these props that we receive should match what we defined here. So for example, if you had here, hey, like we defined earlier, you would have here inside also hey, and it was of type string. So because reminder props should receive basically two things, but this hey can be also optional. So it might be optional. It depends on your case. But yeah, right now we're only expecting the reminder item, and this is how it should be structured. So now you see that it's no longer complaining. It's also a very good practice to provide names for your states. So for example, here we know that this is completed, and completed should be of type Boolean. If you pass a string, if you pass a number, it will complain. So for example, if I pass here 2, if I pass here 2, it will start complaining because it says it's not assignable to parameter of type Boolean. So it has to be either true or false. And in our case, the reminder item completed, it is true or false. Okay, so that's that. It's very easy. We'll see how you use them even more. In the previous tutorials, we used them kind of, especially in the Reddit clone, in a more complicated way. But this is a very good start to have. Basically, just at least apply types to your components and the data they are receiving. That way you will learn. And if something you don't understand, like you can copy the error message, paste it to any AI tool, and it will help you to understand, okay, what's the problem here? Okay, so now that we fixed these types, the one thing that we can finally get to is the lists. Because if, as I told before, adding all of the items like this and let's say data, we could even do like this way, but that's insane. That's way too difficult. And later on, let's say if people add more reminders in the application, you would need to, if you had this case, come back here, add new values. After adding these new values, submit your app to Apple Review or Google Play Review, and only then you can release with new values. So this is not gonna work. We need to make them somehow dynamically render, and basically it doesn't matter how long the list is, it should render them dynamically all the time. And for that, we can use a flat list from React Native. Flat list is a very cool list because it's very optimized. It's rendering only the data that you see on some more screens, but it is basically, if you are thinking about rendering a list, more times than not, you are gonna use a flat list. There are different lists, but yes, this is what you should think of. And it should expect a data, and the data should be an array. We know that this data that we get from our query is an array, so we can pass it like this. But it's not enough because we need to also define and tell to the flat list, okay, so how should I render this data? So you could say, okay, so for every component that you render, just render hello. And because we have three reminders, it will render 3 hellos. Still not good enough. we need to take the data from those reminders and dynamically display them. So every time flat list goes through the list, it goes, let's say, inside first object, then it goes inside second object, then inside third object, and if there's more, continues to do that. And every time it goes inside that object, it returns you here, basically saying, okay, here is the object that I'm rendering now, tell me how to render it. And we will do it by simply saying item, and let's take reminder, because we know that this item has a reminder field. So if we save it, we can already see the reminder titles that it's rendering here. But it's even more powerful than that. What you could do is you could say, okay, so for every item, please render me reminder list item. So the component that we just created. Of course, we can right away see that the reminder list item TypeScript is helping us, is expecting to get a reminder item. So let's just do that. And even if you pass, let's say, a reminder item incorrectly, it will say that is not assignable to the type reminder. That means the type is incorrect, the data that you're passing. So you can see how much it's helping us. But if we say item, it is because I'm rendering this item, I'm passing this item to the reminder list. And if I go to the reminder list, we know how to use all of this data. So now if I save this, we can see that everything is working very, very well. So we no longer now need these anymore. And we have a decent looking reminder list. Of course, let's see if we do align item center. Yes, so we need that. But are they aligned correctly? I'm not exactly sure, but probably they are. Yeah, you can play around with the styles a bit more, but this is how we want to. Oh, no. Yeah, I see. They are not, especially this one is not correct because here we have so much white space. So in here, we can adjust it a little bit and say, okay, so the title, reminder title, we know that it always will be here. So render it always. But we will render the notes only if reminder item has these notes. So if you have them, if they are defined, if they are not null, please render them only in that case. So this is also bad because it might crash your application because you need to this should be a boolean, basically true or false, but notes is a string, and we need to convert it to a boolean by doing double negation, basically. So first of all, doing double negation. So if we save it, we can see that now it looks good because now there's no white space underneath it if it doesn't exist, and it looks amazing. So we can maybe increase a little bit the font size as well of the reminder. So saying like font size 15, something like this, and then maybe this one can be 13. Yeah, it depends on you. You can play around with it. But yes, now that we have them, one very important thing that we need to implement is actually finishing these and sending it to the data, because now if we finish them, we reload, we can see that they're not finished anymore. So to do that, we will use again TanStack query, but we will use this time mutation from it. So mutation is the difference between query and mutation. Mutation is kind of like a post patch request, the thing that you want to make the changes into your data, and the query is the thing that you only ask for the data, it returns, and that's it. So what mutation will pass down is the mutate, which is going to be the function basically that you call when you want to run the mutation. So usually you do it on the button press, or in this case we will do it on the button press. So basically when the user clicks on this, we can rename this mutate to our own. So let's say we can call it complete task. And now you could either leave it like this and it would work if you call mutate, but complete task makes a bit more sense. It's easier to read. So now we will define like that it should be a use mutation from TanStack query. And then this mutation should have also expects a few things. So first of all, it expects mutation function. Well, that's kind of easier to understand. We need to somehow like say to it what it needs to do. So for now, we will leave it empty, but later on we will add something inside it. Then this is no longer required, but what we can do is we can call on success. And basically when we call on success, we are saying that call this function if the mutation succeeds, basically if it runs without any errors. So we will do that also because we will need to do that. And lastly, we will say, okay, so what should happen if it didn't succeed, if there was an error? So here we will take the error from it and we will actually right away implement what it will do, because we will simply display alert from React Native alert, and we will say just display an error and also the error message. You can adjust this, like what happens on error, however you want. This is a very basic approach, but it's a good one. Okay, so now let's define another function for mutation. Well, that means we will be doing that inside the reminders service. And let's go and create a new function called, so I will copy this one, maybe close it and just rename it to complete reminder. So here we'll be completing the reminder, but in order to complete the reminder, we will need two things. Well, first of all, our API expects ID to get ID, and also it expects to get, well, is it completed or is it uncompleted? So we will do that. Now we can build our query, so our fetch function. So we will say await, and now we'll say fetch. Inside here, once again, we could paste this whole link, like long query, and it would work. But what we can do, we can also create an environment file in the root here as well. So if you create this environment file, what we can do with it, I will copy paste it, and you can say like this is going to be our API URL, and it's actually 3001. And this API URL, it's very important to make it Expo public, so that Expo knows that it's publicly available environment variable, and that I should be able to access it inside here. So now I could very easily change my code to, instead of calling this whole long, let's say, code, what I can do is say, okay, so simply use process dot environment, and then here there was a name, I called it Expo public, and I think it was API URL, and then we say slash reminders, and then if now I won't see that it's working because I have this error in the render item list, but we can copy this and actually do the same here, but of course we will call a different endpoint because we will be calling reminders. But now you see, okay, so these are completely same. How do we specify that this is a post request, no longer a get? Well, for that we will open more options, and here the first thing that we can pass is a method, and this method, if you remember, is a post method because fetch by default is a get method. We also need to pass some headers to say that, okay, basically the content type will be JSON type. So this is what we need to pass for it. And then we will pass in the body itself. So basically all of the information, but also we need to make sure that this body is in JSON format. So that's why we say JSON stringify. And then we will pass, either the full reminder or actually only the parts that need to be updated. So in this case, we only need to update the completed. So we called it completed in our backend, and then we call is completed like here, and it will be I think it's gonna be, we need to like convert it to a different one. So for example, if it was completed, that means we will uncomplete it. Or if it wasn't completed, we will complete it. So if it's true, we'll convert it to false. If it's false, we will convert it to true. Later, if we don't need it, I will remove it. But yeah, actually, complete reminder is not a post request. It's a patch request because we're updating, and I forgot about it. And we also need to pass the reminders, and we also need to pass the ID of the reminder. So now this is getting better, and the body is only passing the completed. And now the rest of the part is exactly the same. We were checking if the response is good, failed to, let's say, update a reminder. And then if it's good, we will return a response. So now we see that this is complaining because of the type. So we can say that the ID should be of type number, and it's very easy to add, and the is completed should be of type Boolean. So now it's good. If we go back to our reminder list item, we need to use this complete reminder function from the service reminder, from this, reminder service. So now if we hover on this, we see that TypeScript is complaining because it expects an ID and is completed Boolean and nothing is provided. Well, first of all, we need to provide the ID, and to do that, it's not that difficult because we have the ID here inside reminder item.id. And lastly, we need to also provide whether the reminder is completed or not. And for that, we will receive it in here. So let's say is reminder completed. So you can pass the variables to mutations in here, and then we will pass it back to here. But now we see that this argument is of type void. So we need to type this is reminder completed as well. And now nothing is complaining. Everything is good. So now what we can do is we can actually pass this. Once the user press on this touchable opacity, we can do we can call complete not reminder, because this is not gonna be good. We call complete task from here, like mutation. So once we call complete task, what we need to do is we need to pass the current state of our task. So we are passing this. So if the current state is true, we'll pass it as true here, but the reminder service is gonna transform it and make it false. So if we keep it like this, and now, now if we would change something, it would not work. So like if I, and what is the error? Network request. Actually, that's very interesting to see. So let's see console.log response, and let's see what the response say to us. Let's scroll to the bottom. Doesn't network request failed. Okay, I think I didn't refresh it and it was showing me this error. But now if I try to reload it, we can see that after I clicked it, it's completed. And if I click it again and reload it, it's uncompleted. But the problem is that we're not showing basically the changes in here right away. We need to reload our app, which is very bad. So what we will do on success, if it succeeded, let's take the data that it returns and set is completed to the data.completed. So basically what we're doing here is we will set the data, set this to completed only if we succeeded and the data is actually completed. So now if I save it, if I do this, we can see that it already updates automatically. If I reload, it's gonna stay like that. In theory, you could do this with optimistic UI approach and call this even without on success, but I just wanted to showcase you how to use this on success hook, not hook, like a function that it returns. And this is exactly how you would do that. So now we see that we can complete our reminders. Everything is perfect. Now we need to be able to create these reminders, and that is going to be done. Let's see how. I'm checking if the stream is still here. People are still watching. Okay. So now updating the reminder, well, we can see from our designs that the button to create new reminder should be in the index on the bottom. And that button is actually, I have it, I think in my, I did not add it. Well, never mind, we can create it our own. So we will have a pressable. This is also basically how you wrap a button, your custom buttons, and it's imported from React Native. So inside here, we need to add an icon that I have prepared as well, because if we see here, it's like a plus but icon. I did not do it this way. So now I also need to import it from React vector icons. Okay, yes, in typo React Native vector icons. If I save it, we see this plus sign right away where we need it. And if we didn't add here the flex, it would be here at the top. But now if we add this here, it moves it where we need it to be. And lastly, we also need to add the text, which is gonna say new reminder. The text should be a little bit bigger. So let's pass some styles. So the text will be something like font weight. So you can also pass numbers here. So 600, a little bit more, but not too much. And we also will pass a color of that not little, but cool orange color. And let's add a hashtag here. Let's save it. Perfect. Now that's still a bit bad. Maybe we can make it also font size something like 16, but it's not really aligned how it should be, how we would want it to be. So we need to pass some styles to the box, to the view or the wrap, the parent component that wraps it. So first of all, if we want them to be in a row, we will pass flex direction row. We see that they are not really aligned in the middle. So what we will do is we will align them centrally. We need to also pass some gap between them. So let me make it 5. And yeah, right now you don't see it, but here it does. It will, if I scroll here on the bottom, I am 100% sure that it will have no space here. So what I want to do is I want to add some margin top, and let's make it 10. Perfect. So now we have this button. I also, if I scroll, I see that this reminders always stays on the top, but this shouldn't happen. And it's very easy to fix. Inside the flat list, we can pass list header component, and we can simply pass that title as the list header component. So now if I save and scroll, it's gonna scroll together. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve. Very good. So now, how do we navigate to a new screen when we want to update? Well, first of all, we need to create a new screen inside our app, and we will call it create and also update reminders, because this is, we can reuse the same screen for both of the things very, very easily. And I will showcase you how to do that. So, okay, we have that. Now, let's implement a very export default function, create, update, reminder. Let's make it return. And let's make it return a view and also a text. So now, and import it from React Native, that's very important. So now, if we say here, create, update, save it. And now, how can we navigate here? Well, if we go to the reminder index, actually, our home screen, what we need to do to navigate there is, as we already learned, we can use link. So we need to wrap everything with link from Expo router. So make sure you import it from Expo router. We no longer need this view here, so we can remove it. And now that we have, now that we have this link here, it expects to have an href. It's like required, the only thing that's required. And what we want to pass there is simply this name, create update reminder, create update reminder. And if we save it, we can already see that something is messed up here. And it's because Link only expects like to get a string or an icon inside it. If you want to have your own some sort of structure, like some sort of a styling, what you can do is pass it as child. So what this does is basically saying, okay, I will pass this navigation to the children component, but it's very important that the children component has an onPress like a parameter, and we know that Pressable has it, so now it's gonna work. And if we press here, we are navigated to create update reminder screen. Of course, we want to add some changes here, and to do that, if we go to our layout, we remember that we can style each of them separately. So if we go to stack screen, let's close it here, we need to pass the name that we're trying to here implement changes. So the name will be exactly this one, create update reminder. And now in here, we can once again pass some options, but because we will pass more options, let's make it like this. So we'll say options, and inside here, open the object. And first of all, what I really want to do is pass the presentation of model. This model is not going to be native to Android because Android doesn't have this kind of model. So it will look a bit differently, like a normal screen, but it will still work. So no worries about that. I also, because here, if I click, the title is very random. So I want to change the header title, and the header title will be something like new reminder by default. Then I also want to add here like a back button, or more like Apple reminders have. It says cancel here. So I can actually add my own header on the left there by simply specifying this, and I will pass like a text. I have it prepared here, so you can just copy it. And okay, give me what I'm forgetting. The header left does not support attribute because it does not have props property. Let me actually type everything on my own, because header left, and let's see. I will say text, and what if I just say cancel here? Oh, I did not import it from anywhere. Okay, my bad. So if I import from here, now it will say cancel here, but you already saw we can add some styles, and I have a color prepared for that. So let's add them. Now the color is a lot better. And we also want to, once it's clicked, it should go back. So right now it doesn't do anything. So to go back programmatically, we can pass this on press, and we can reuse from Expo router this little router. And here, by saying router dot back, we can programmatically go back. So if I click cancel now, I'm going back to the main screen, and it's working like we want it to be. Perfect, we have that ready. So now we can start building our create update UI. And it's gonna be pretty simple. Well, first of all, what I wanna do, so there's one more thing, and maybe I will add it later. Yes. So first of all, what I want to do is add text inputs. And because we're severely over time, I see the questions. Ryan, I'm watching from Brazil. Very, very nice. I hope you will enjoy. Ready yet? When will be the other tutorial? I missed this one. We're doing the tutorials, at least trying to do every Friday. Maybe sometimes it can be every other Friday, but we're trying our best to do it every Friday. But no worries, because every tutorial you can find on this YouTube channel. Just go to it, go to the live tab, and you will see all of our tutorials. There's 300 of them. So you'll find what you need for sure. But yeah, so I will simply paste this little part and I will explain real quick how it works. Well, first of all, let's import the text input from React Native. That's very important. And let me maybe remove this part. It will be a bit easier to explain. And now here you see some styles and I'm passing them in a different way and you might be thinking why. And well, in the previous ones, I was maybe even a bit lazy. No, I'm joking, but you can either pass the styles in line, the same as we were doing here, but if they're getting longer, like for example this one, and this can be your homework actually, or this one, and especially in the reminder item here, we can definitely do that for this style. But we can very nicely extract them in a style sheet. So we could create style sheet from, again, it's very important to import it from React Native. And we can say style sheet dot create, and we will create our own style sheet. So first of all, we can see here that we need a divider style sheet. So let's call it like this, and let's add the styles for divider, and I have them prepared here. First of all, we're adding border bottom width, you've seen this, and we're saying the border bottom color should be light gray. We also want to pass the styles to our input box. So and we are usually doing that if they have like a lot of different styles. Oh, my mistake. No. So yeah, we're usually doing that if there's a lot of styles like here, or if the styles are repeating a lot, then it's a very good practice to extract them like this. So here you can see that we set the background as white. We gave some margin horizontal on the sides. We also gave some margin on the top. We also gave the border radius to this white box. And of course, padding, very important because that's how it would look without it. And also we gave a gap between each of the input like this. So yeah, as your homework, do this for reminders list item, and especially at least for this huge style here. It's a good practice to do it this way. So now that we have these two inputs, we need a way to track of what is being typed there. And one way of doing that is using a state once again, because whenever user is inputting something, we need to first of all update it here. So, and also we need to store that data somewhere. So we will do that with use state here. So the use state will be a string only, and initially it will be an empty string. So we need to do the same for the notes as well. So we'll say set notes, and it's also going to be a string and initially empty. Okay, that's very good. So now if we want to, like, how do we attach this text input to these states so that when someone is typing here, I can have it inside my state every time and update it so that I could have the latest data when submitting? Well, it's very easy actually. The only thing we need to do is pass to this text input two properties. One is value. So the value is going to be the actual like reminder, and here the same value is going to be the notes in this case. And also we need a way so when someone is typing to update this value. So we will call on change text, and when the text is being changed, we will be calling either set reminders, or on change text we will be calling set notes. So in theory you could have it like this and have here text and then like this and pass text like this. This would also work, but we can simplify it and have it like this, and basically it will take that text, basically all the parameters that it receives, and it will pass it to a reminder. So we can simplify it just like that. And the multi-line, what it does is basically without it, if we typed something, let's say very long, it's gonna do it this way, but if we have multi-line, it's gonna go down. So that's what we want to do. Another thing that we want to add is we want to add a done button here at the top. And how can we do that? Well, in here, in the layout, we couldn't really do it because after the done is pressed, we will need to run the mutation. And the mutation, we will have it only inside here. So how we can do it? Well, first of all, let's wrap our return statement in this like tag. It's kind of like a view tag, but not really. It just allows, because return statement can have only one element inside. So we need to wrap it like this, because what we will do next is we will try to add stack dot screen, where once again referencing this screen name, so saying name, and here now we can pass even more changes. So for example, if we couldn't add something in the layout, we can add it here very easily. So for example, here we need to add the header right, and it should be a button. And I already have, yeah, maybe I will do it. Like it will be a text button. It will simply say done, and the styles will have only a color. So styles will have done like that. Of course, we will have in here on press. So once it's pressed, we will call a function, but for now we will console.log and say pressed, something like this. Okay, so now it's time for us finally to implement our mutation here to save the reminder. And to do that, it's gonna be quite similar to what we did in reminder list item. So first of all, at the top here, we will define it. So let's say const, we'll have a mutate, and we will rename it to save reminder. And we will also continue by initializing it with use mutation from React query. And this use mutation will once again have few things. First of all, mutation function, and this will be, we will call the service. Then it will have on success, and we will need this, and you'll see why. So on success, we will, at this time, we will not need to receive the data, so we can simply leave it like this, but we'll do some things here. And then on error, and on error, I can simply actually even copy from reminder list, because it's gonna be exactly the same. Just import the alert from React Native. Okay, perfect. So now we can go to the service and add this new service. Basically function, which is going to be creating a new reminder. Perfect. So if we go here, let's maybe, okay, let's create from scratch. No, let's do this. I'm already a little bit tired, not gonna lie. And in here, we will name it create reminder. And what this create reminder expects is only new reminder object. And this new reminder object, if you remember in the types, we already specified how insert reminder should look like. So we can simply say insert reminder, and don't forget to import it from the types. So now everything is good, it's typed. Let's copy this, because it's gonna be quite similar to updating. The only things that we need to change is we're no longer needing the ID, because we're calling the reminders, but we're calling the post, not the patch. And instead of providing like one object, one value, we will provide the full object of new reminder. And now everything else, once again, is exactly the same. So we'll check if the response is good. If it's not, we will throw an error. And here we can also say fail to create a reminder instead. So now once we go back here, we can start using this create reminder from services, very important. And in here, we need to pass this new reminder. So this new reminder is going to be consisting of a few things. Well, first of all, it needs to have a reminder itself and a user, which is mandatory, and it might have nodes, it might not have. Well, so that means there will be some extra logic here. So we can do it like this. First of all, we will say, okay, so we will start building our new reminder object. And this object will have, as I said, reminder itself. So we're taking it from here and passing as a reminder. You could do it like this in theory, saying that this is the key, this is the value, but we can simplify it and this will be key and value. And then we will be needing the user ID. Because we don't have any authenticated users here and we don't have authentication yet, maybe we'll do it in the other tutorials. But this is gonna be the ID that we'll pass, which is ID 1. So, okay, user ID 1, that's good. And now we know that the nodes is not mandatory. So if we add here the nodes, it will always pass it and basically kind of update it, but it's not, it shouldn't be always passed inside the request. So what we can do is we can check, like if nodes is not empty, what we will do is we will say that this new reminder object, we should add another field called nodes, and then it's gonna be this nodes. Right now we kind of see the issue. And it says that nodes does not exist on this type. So what we need to do here, we also need to specify the type here, and it will be insert reminder. And now everything is working because it insert reminder has, if you remember, nodes as a optional value, and it's either going to be a string and or a null. So now, after we do all this, what we can do is we can return and call the create reminder function with this built reminder object. So if we do that, let's try, and let's say here hello, and for the nodes we say test. So if we click done and reload it, actually after clicking done, maybe wait a second, new reminder, and let's say hello test, because now I know it's it should also close it, but if we click it, should we implement right? Okay, so let's do it like this. On success, let's first of all, already we'll learn how to do that, but programmatically close that reminder like model. So in Expo query, we will import the router, and inside here we will say router.back. So if the request succeeds, we will call router back and go back. So let's see if this is actually a correct. So we're doing post with new reminder, and if it's not, oh, and we're okay. So let's see, let's try to reload it. Let's go to a new reminder and do something like this. And oh, okay, so yes, you can see that it's already almost 12 in here. So I am not calling this reminder anywhere. So what we need to do in this done, on header pressed left, we need to call this reminder and yeah, basically say this is where when it's gonna be executed. So let's go here to the top. Let's see the name. It's called save reminder. So let's say save reminder. Let's save it. And now if we call it, let's see if it's gonna work. Yeah, it worked. It went back, so I can add even another one. Maybe here you would even want to add like a loading state so that you cannot, for example, add here is, it's called, it's pending, not is loading. So let's say this on press. Yeah, what we can do, let me think. We want to make it disabled, but on the button, so maybe can we do it like this? Let's see, true. And if we say like this, and if I, yeah, it's not pressable. So that's good. So what we will say is if it's pending, do not allow to click, made a screenshot, do not allow to click another time. So let's say if we reload, we already see those new values, but yeah, let's try doing that. Yeah, is it pending? I don't actually remember. Let me console log is pending. Let's save it. It's false. So this save maybe on, okay, now it worked. Maybe I was pressing on a wrong button, but now it's working. So now we can actually also try to test if it actually this works. Maybe it was, no, it actually works. Perfect. So we can maybe even make this const is save button disable. So what we will do is we will say that this button should be disabled if is pending or reminder is not present. Then it will return true. Then basically it should be disabled. But we can simplify this a lot more, and then we would need to say else return like false. But we can do it very, very nicely by simply extracting this and keeping it like this. So we say is button saved, is save button disabled, either if it's loading or reminder is not provided. So we will do something like this and we will call it. So now if we save it, we go here, we're no longer, and we're not able to press, but here we are able to press. And yeah, now we created, but let's see how many, only one. So that's good. But yeah, now the problem is another one. Like if you add some data here, it's not appearing here right away. And how can we solve this? This is a very bad thing. So it's actually quite easy to solve it. What we need to do is we need to import the use query client from the TanStack query. So here we have TanStack. Yeah, here we will import use query client. Then inside here below, let's say our routes, we will specify as const query client, and we will say that we want to use this hook use query client. And now we can, on success, what we can do is we can say query client and invalidate all the queries, because now it's not updating because the cache is basically the same. It doesn't know it needs to be updated. But now we say that I'll update every query that has a key of reminders. And if you remember, we are passing this key in our index. So basically here, it will update all of the queries that has this key. So this is exactly what we want. So now if I go here and say here updated, and here updated almost correctly, if I click save, we can see right away it is appearing here, which is exactly what we want to do. Amazing. So now I'm wondering, is pending is a use mutation, but I think so. I think so. But we can also check tanstack.com, TanStack query examples, and maybe something like okay, so there is fetching. Maybe I can is pending. Okay, not something I was looking for. Is this how it is called? Okay, I see a lot. Yeah, I was reading the comments, but yeah, thank you guys very much. Viva, thank you much. Mayuresh, Eric, Marin, Go Lucas, Mexico, helpful. Thank you very much. Jamie, Yes, we are still live and we will be finishing it until the end, even though it takes a bit longer. Thank you very much. And yes, Liape, the video will be available in this channel, so make sure to check it out after in the live tab. And 6 hours in and still nobody understands that Lucas is just an AI robot. Yes. Jane, with this age of AI, you can't tell who is human and who isn't. Yeah, indeed, indeed. But we will be finishing it, definitely. I'm not sure about the is pending, but where is the mutation? Yeah, let's quickly check out the, here, mutations. So, yes, it's pending. Perfect. But mutation is currently running. So, yeah, it is called that way. Perfect. I'm not making it up. So now, and actually, in order to test this completely, because I really think I want to keep it high quality, let's try to console log it. But yeah, I can see it's true. If I click something here, it's gonna be true, and then yeah, perfect. Very good. So now that we have all of these, what we need to do is we need a way to delete them. And in order to delete them, what we need to do is we need to open their detail page. It's gonna be easy to do. Let's just go to our reminders list item, and where we have this ant design, what we need to do is we need to simply pass onPress function. So we say onPress, and then we, once again, because we're kind of navigating there programmatically, but actually, why should I do it this way? I can do it with a link. So yeah, this is way better. So let's do it. Let's wrap it with a link. And now let's pass an href. And this href will be basically, where are we navigating? Well, we know that we will be navigating to create, update, reminder, create, update, reminder. So for now, let's leave it like this. So of course, you see the styles are already kind of a little bit messed up. So we will pass it to as child. And because design like icons have on press, it's gonna work. And it's opening this screen. But now what we need to do is we need to populate these fields with the existing data if we click on here. So in order to know on which reminder, and I already see this vertical line, which I really hate. So let's quickly go to index and say here shows vertical indicator, and we will say false, do not show it. So now it's perfect. That looks amazing. Okay, so let's go back to reminders list item. And how do we know to which reminder that we go? Well, to know that, we need to pass the ID here. And we will pass this ID as a optional parameter, because it's not gonna be always present. It's going to be only present if we click, and if you go to create update reminder from here. If we click here, it's not gonna be present. Okay, so that is a little bit more interesting. So to do that, we will add a question mark, say that we're passing the ID, and then in here, we will pass, and of course, to enable these inputs, we need to change it to this quote under the escape button. Never knew how it's called, probably will never learn. But yeah, so now in here, we will pass the ID of the reminder. So saying reminder item dot ID, and you see TypeScript is already suggesting which fields does it have. That's another huge bonus. So we say ID. So now if we click here, we should be receiving the ID of the reminder that we clicked on. So in order to get this ID and create update reminder, we can extract it from the URL. And it's actually quite easy to do. So at the top here, we can say const. We need to specify that we're taking the ID. Sorry. So yeah, we're specifying that we're taking the ID. So if we had here name, you would have here name as well. But we will keep it as an ID because that's what we're passing, right? Okay, perfect. This is where we have an ID. And now how can we extract it? Well, we can use local search params from Expo router, and in here we will take that ID. Later on we will have a little bit of an issue with the TypeScript, so I will right away fix it and specify to that the ID that we will receive is not going to be an array, it's going to be a string, ID of string. So now let's try to console log this ID and see if we're actually receiving correct IDs. So if we save it, we can see already that it's working. Maybe, do I have this? No. So if I go, let's say here, it says 4. If I go here, it says ID 8. But if I go new reminder, it's undefined, but it's still working. Perfect. So now that we have an ID, we can query the reminder based on this ID. But this query will be called only if the ID exists. So how can we achieve that? Well, first of all, maybe because we will need this ID to pass as an integer and we are receiving in a URL, once again, the same issue as a string, let's right away parse it like this, reminder ID, and let's parse it to integer and let's pass this ID here. Perfect. So now it's going to be of type integer. What's exactly what we need. So here we can call, create our query, which is going to be, again, defined the same as in the index. We will be getting data. Oh no, data. We will be getting is loading. Lastly, we will be getting error. Okay, that's good. So, sorry, misclicks. So now we'll say, okay, so it's going to be not use state. Sorry, guys, it's almost. We're almost at the end. So we'll be taking it from use query, a hook, and let's specify what we will do that. So first of all, we'll be defining a query key. And the query key at this point, we will call it still reminders because we called it here reminders, and we kind of want to keep it the same because if, let's say here, we are gonna be invalidating queries, it will invalidate all the queries. But in order to have all of these separately, like stored and cached separately, what we can do, because this is an array, we can pass reminder ID here also as a key. So now this query will consist of basically reminders and key pair of reminders and reminder ID. But if I call invalidate queries and I call only with reminders, it will still invalidate this query because it will check at the first one. So that's why we call it reminders here as well. Okay, we also need to have specify a query function. And the function here is going to be, and of course we will need to right now define that function. But very important thing here is, because we don't want to run this query all the time. If the ID is not present, we shouldn't be calling this query. So we need to pass on one more property called enabled. And what we will do is we will say only fetch if ID exists. So we are doing this, reminder ID. If reminder ID exists, only do the fetching then. If it doesn't exist, do not do fetch, and we will not need that. Okay, that's good. So now we can go to our reminder service and create once again another service to get a reminder by ID. So let's create export, and maybe I will copy as well here, and get reminder by ID. Okay, so it will, of course, if we're getting it by ID, it will expect an ID, and the ID will be of type number. Okay, so now we can very easily specify. It's gonna look almost exactly like get reminders here. The only difference is that we will need to pass here also the ID at the end. So very easy to adjust it. So yeah, now that we have this, everything else is gonna be the same as always. Here we don't need to really, yeah, we're checking if the response is okay. Failed to get a reminder, and we will return it. So in here, now we can call that function, and I think we called it get reminder by ID. Let me make sure it's imported from services. And now we need to pass the ID in here because, or actually, I think we can right away, instead of passing there, we can pass it from here because we have it at the top. So now, once we do this, let's check console.log, and let's check if the data, if we're actually getting the data. So let's try to click. At first it's undefined, then it loads the data, and then we get it actually. So that's very good. But what if we click on a new reminder? Well, it's gonna be undefined, and this function is not even gonna be called. So for example, we could say here console.log called, and if we go here, it's gonna be, well, called. But if we go on here, it's not even gonna be called. So that's amazing, exactly what we want. Okay, so now that we have this reminder, we need to populate the data in these fields with already existing data here. And to do that, well, we can introduce a new hook called useEffect. And this hook will help us to do that very nicely. But actually even before that, I would want to handle the loading case, because if you saw, there was at first some loading, the data was undefined, and then it was defined. So let's say if it's is loading, we will add basically exactly the same styles as here, and the error is also going to be the same. So you can just copy and paste it here, but we need to show import this one first of all. Yeah, and we need to say like handle these states. It's very important. So now you can, if you go here, you will see a small loading screen, which is exactly what we want. But now what we will do is we will also call useEffect query, hook, not the query. And once this hook, when is this hook called? Well, first of all, it depends really on the dependencies that you have here. So for example, if I only have empty array, so it's gonna be called only when the component mounts. So for example, here it's called, and I can write anything, whatever, it's not being called. But if I pass any kind of dependencies here, so for example, let's put reminder state as a dependency, and now let's try to call it again when I did not save it. So yeah, let me open it. Rendered more hooks than in the previous render. So, oh, okay, I need to have this. It's very important. Never have these before hooks. Basically, hooks should always go before, because the component every time need to render the same amount of hooks. And why it was failing, and it's actually very good that it failed, because I have an I can explain to you. Because once we add it here, what it does, at first when this component mounts, because it's loading, it will return this, and it will never go down. Once the loading finishes, it will go here and it will render this hook. But now, because in the previous render we did not render this hook, it will fail and throw us an error saying that we're rendering more hooks than in the previous render. So it's very important to not have these returns before any of the hooks that you have here. Yeah. So now if we save it, it's gonna work. And let's go here. So it is called now. And now if I type, every time this reminder state changes, we're calling it again and again and again. So this is how we will reuse our, let's say, use query, and how we will set the data that we receive from the API to this already existing states. So what we can do here is we can go and say, okay, call this hook on first render, and then every time when the data changes here, basically when this changes, call it again, render it again, call it again. So what we will do, first of all, we will check if we have the data. So if the data is not empty or undefined, then we can call set reminder and set data.reminder. And also we can set notes and say data.notes. Perfect. Now if we save it and go here, we all right away see the data being populated. So now if I press on, let's say, the one with notes, also we see this right away. So this is how we will be able to update it. But of course, we need to create one more mutation to be able to update these. To be able to update it. So just under the save, let's create one more last mutation called, well, actually there will be delete, but it's a very easy one. So almost the last mutation called mutate, and let's call it update reminder. Perfect. So now we can also follow the old use mutation structure. How is it called? Let's add some of these to make it a bit more of the same. Make all of them the same. So now inside here, once again, let's follow how we did before. We will call this, we will have here mutation function, which we will need to call, and we will have some more changes here. And also we will have, we will have here on not on settled, on success, which we will be calling to invalidate the data and show right away the new changes that we just did. And lastly, the error is gonna stay the same, so I'm just gonna copy it and paste it. So right now, actually, also success is completely the same, because the only thing we need to do when it succeeds is to invalidate all the reminders and then go back so that we could see the changes right away. So in this mutation, we will have a little bit differently. So we will also want to build this new reminder, basically, that we are updating to. And in here, we will pass the reminder, because you can only update reminder, notes, and completed. And also we will have the notes, but we will pass the notes only if it exists. Basically, if it's not empty, if it's not empty string, yes. So if it's an empty string, we will pass it null, because that's the structure we kept it. We kept in our database, and that's what we want to maintain, basically. If the user removes the string and leaves it, let's say goes here, removes this and wants to update, we need to set it as null and not as an empty string. So yes, that's what we're trying to achieve here. And also, lastly, we will just return, and we will return the function that we will create in the reminder services now. So let's go here and let's do like this. Let's call it, okay, so update old reminder. And in here, this update function should expect the ID that we're trying to, the reminder that we're trying to update, and also the fields. So ID, I don't know why I removed it. And also it will be updated reminder. So fields, basically. So in here, the type will be update reminder type, the ones that we here specified. Okay, so now we can call this very similarly to actually completing a reminder. And we could have actually reused it, but let's make it that way. So now that we have all of this code, the only real difference that we're making here is that we're not passing only the completed, but we're passing the whole, no, this one, the whole updated reminder object. So that we could have easily, and if you want a challenge, you can try to implement it. Basically, I just wanted to have a little bit separate concerns and make it maybe a bit cleaner, more structured. So in here now, once we return, we can call update all reminder from the service, make sure it's imported, yes. And in here, we need to only pass the reminder ID. So it's gonna be, I think, yeah, reminder ID. And also we will be passing the new reminder object that we've built here. Perfect. That's not it. We need to understand and basically which function to call, or is it gonna be called basically done or save new reminder, save new reminder or update all reminder. So to do that, what we will do is we will create one function called onDonePressed, and what this function will do is it will decide what are we calling. So how we will decide, simply if reminder ID exists, that means we are in a detailed page, and we will simply call, where is it? We will call this update reminder function. Yes. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, that means we're 100% saving and creating a new reminder. So we will call save reminder function mutation, which is here. Now we need to pass this function to our done. Instead of calling always save reminder, we will call it onDonePressed. So we'll go here and we'll check which we need to function to call, and it will call appropriately. So now if we go, let's say, and create a new one, let's say creating new reminder, and let's say in notes, we can add creating new notes. If we save it, we see that new reminder appeared. But if we go here and let's say rename to update new reminder and update new notes, if we save it, we can see that it updated this reminder itself. So that means everything is working as we need. It's very cool, very good. So yeah. Now we are left with the last thing, and it's gonna be very easy to implement. We need a way to remove these reminders because now we're cluttered in here. So to do that, we will add, once we go here to update reminder, we will add one more button on the bottom. And here again, we will decide whether to display it or not with saying like if reminder ID exists, only then display it. And I already have the styles. I'm not gonna waste too much of your time here. So let's import pressable. Let's have this, and the styles will be for like as the input box, the same as these two. The only thing is that for now we don't have this, so let's say console log, and let's pass for now SS, or maybe pressed. Okay, so now something doesn't look exactly correct, and I don't really why is it exactly like that? Because of input box, but I wanted to have them. Oh, okay, I see. Because we have them in the same view, but it should actually be outside of this view and be as its own separate box. To click on delete. Yes, perfect. So now let's simply define our last mutation, which is going to be for deletion. So, okay, maybe let's do it. Okay, let's do it here. So we'll create, once again, we learned it how to do it already. So we will call here maybe delete or remove. I'm not sure. Maybe remove reminder. And then in here, once again, equals use mutation hook. In here, we specify the mutation function, which is gonna be something that we will create in the services. So for now, let's do it this way. We will have on success, and on success is, once again, we need to invalidate the data because we need to reflect all of these changes everywhere. So we can copy exactly like this, and actually error is also exactly the same. So the only thing we need to do is create this remove service. So if we go to reminder services, in here for the delete, we only need actually the ID. So let's copy this one, create it like this. Let's rename it. Say how delete reminder, maybe reminder. And now that we specify this function, let's implement the actual fetch request. So let's say const response equals, we're awaiting for it, we're calling fetch, and here we're specifying the link. So maybe I will, yeah, it's gonna look very similar to this, so URL, so that's what I'm gonna do. But if we remember, this is actually a delete request, so we need to specify the method of delete. So once we do that, we can follow exactly the same as here structure, and now we can go to our create update and call delete reminder by passing the reminder ID here at the top that we have. So now let's test the deletion. So now we can see that even if we reload, that update new reminder is at the top. But if I go here and click, okay, I forgot to pass it as a function. So how did I call that mutation? Remove reminder. Yes, here. So if we go here, we call remove reminder and let's save it. So now if I click here, once we are back, we are no longer seeing that anymore. So ASSAD as well, if we delete, it's no longer here. So it's working. It's, yeah, perfect. We are finished with, finally finished with our full stack application. It took us a little bit longer than expected. Maybe I went too deep in some of the concepts, but I hope it was valuable. So yeah, hopefully I really did not forget anything, but even if I did, we already did quite a lot. And also for yourself, you can try to implement it even more things. So for example, one very good task would be, or even let's say exercise, to do exactly the same but with users, because we already created kind of the database, we have the users there. So try to do exactly the same, and also maybe a list you can also have here, but without completing. Just try to get those users and maybe implement a way to delete those users. Or if you have more knowledge in on the like React Native frontend, try to create different lists like Apple reminders have. So for example, you could have a completed list and incomplete list. This is actually one of the things I wanted to do as well, but yeah, we're severely over time. So yeah, you can try doing that yourself. So for example, if you click go to all, you will see incomplete, or if you click go to completed tasks, you will only see these. And this is very good for you to continue learning on top of this and deepening your knowledge. And also, if you have any questions, just leave them in the description below. Oh, not in the description, in the comment section below. I'm always trying to get back and trying to answer these questions as much as I can, find at least a little bit of time, maybe sometimes during the weekends. Yeah, I really want you to transfer all of my knowledge to you, and if I can help, I will definitely always try it out. You can also use ChatGPT. If I'm not replying instantly, maybe you'll find your answer there, but yeah, I will always be there to try at least and help you. But yes, hopefully you enjoyed this long tutorial. Hopefully at least one of you will finish it. And yeah, that would make me very happy. I see some very nice words also, and I'm very thankful for these words. And yeah, hopefully we'll meet very soon again, and we'll have more of a chit chat. Zuhair, awesome video. It was very informative. Thank you. Thank you very much for staying for that long. I really appreciate it. What is great job. Thank you very much. Leonel, super understandable. Thank you very much for this video. These comments is actually what's driving us forward and why I've stayed for so long. And yeah, even though at the end my wording got a little bit, let's say, wonky, but I tried my best to keep focused, keep it informative. And yeah, Eugene, first time being here. Hopefully I'll see you more. I usually remember all of the people that are at least commenting, and we have some of the people here that are coming back at least to say hi for every tutorial, which is insane. Like, wow, it's wow. Yeah, guys, thank you very much. I really appreciate you being here with me, and I'll see you